What's going on is Anton from AntonDaniels.com. I appreciate you guys for continuing to rock with me, but I just got home off of an early morning flight, right? First thing through the door, I want to see my family. I love my family. You know, I'm a family man. I'm an advocate for families, right? Second thing, I got to get that hot shower because I got to throw the threads on. The threads make me feel like $1,000,000, but the third thing through my mind and all throughout the trip is that I gotta have that Tiege pack. Tiege makes my life uncomplicated. It's uncomplicated skincare for men. The first way that I started specifically was their level 1 system. It's a daily face wash to get rid of the dirt and grime on your skin. 2 times per week exfoliating scrub to get rid of the dead skin cells. An AM moisturizer with SPF 20 because you should always be protecting your skin from the sun, and a PM moisturizer to help your skin stay hydrated and healthy throughout the night. Here's the thing. My favorite part about Tiege Hanley is that every box comes with an instruction card that tells you when to use each product, how much to use, and in what order. They really making the process of achieving and maintaining amazing skin for men uncomplicated. In addition to amazing skin, members of Tiege Hanley get tons of benefits, including at least 20% off the retail price, the ability to customize your box, exclusive monthly deals, you can pause and cancel at any time, and you get free shipping. And because Tiege Hanley is sponsoring today's video, they're offering my viewers an amazing deal, right? Just click the first link in the description and you get 30% off your first box, plus a free gift. It's an amazing deal. You got to get started today. You're not out here trying to look like a dusty. And if you travel as much as I do, which I'm sure most people don't, but you know me, I'm pushing my bag chasers in order to be in the top 5%, top 10%, top 1%. We got to make our lives uncomplicated, and Tiege Hanley is no better product. You got to look good. You got to smell good. And you can't be looking like a dusty. Make sure you get started today. Click the link in the description. Get that Tiege pack. Feel the Tiege, my friends. Happy Friday, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Millionaire Morning Show. It is Friday, March 24th, 2023, year of our Lord. And we're going to be doing God's work today. All right, so I hope you buckled up. I hope you're feeling great. I hope you got some rest last night. I hope you didn't stay up too late. And I hope you didn't get up too early. I hope that you slept just right because, as usual, Monday through Friday, we live stream at roughly 10:15 a.m. Eastern. And we do what we do, which is entertain, bag chase, put the medicine inside of the candy, and then make sure you guys extract all of the value outside of it. So let's go ahead and get started. Let me check into my favorite people. I got to start off with the people that's supporting the platform the most with the first super chats of the day. Shout out to Yad Boy Timmy. Says, good morning, bag chasers. And I definitely emailed you regarding that call. OG, I'm going to get in wherever it is that I fit in on the schedule. But that coaching call is a must. Shout out to everybody that booked coaching calls. I'm going to just tell y'all, you may have to get a date that's a little bit further out because I am absolutely positively slammed. But I am definitely going to get you in. I'm going to get you scheduled. Email me at antondaniels413@gmail.com. Shout out to Yad Boy Timmy with the 13-14 ball over there in Canadian. Malika Bain says, salutations and love to your family. Thank you for the 5 ball. Thank you to everybody that super chats, cash apps. And let me also acknowledge a couple cash apps also because I don't want to let that go without acknowledgement. Mike, that dude, hit me with the 5 ball. I appreciate you. Let me see if I can find out anything else that's going up here. He hit me up with that this morning. And Demetrius Shaw and Terry Miller. Shout out to Terry Miller III. Says, I appreciate the game and the knowledge that you give out. Also, McCall says, keep doing what you're doing. I appreciate everybody that support me on every platform. I don't ask for it, but I definitely do appreciate it, and I'm certainly going to continue to acknowledge it. Thank you to everybody that supports the platform. You are very, very much welcome because I give out as much game as I possibly can for free, and I love you guys. I absolutely do love you guys. So let me go ahead and check into the chat with my people before we get started for the day. Let's see. Florida Boy 727. Shout out to you. My dog Kojak is in the building. Says, yeah, I got 6 hours in last night. Good job. Alvin S. says, good morning, all. Back chasers for life. Larry Walker, I see you in the building. Azriel got the likes up. Classy Beats, my dog, says I was just watching the Lapeef replay last night. Trey Thomas said, what up, though? Treese Westmoreland is in the building. Let's see who else we got. Lauren Love. Shout out to Lauren. Lauren is always tapping in. Devonna, you in the building. Sabrina, what up, though? Let me see who else we got popping off in here. Trying not to go with the duplicates because I know y'all be talking back and forth to each other, saying good morning and everything. Rich says, no fumbling, bag Fridays. Kevin Sloan, I appreciate you, Kelvin. Big Suggs, what up, though? Said, good morning, peeps. Debo Lewis, what a name, says, what's good? Just joined the channel. Ronnie Ron says, you ain't living unless you bag chasing. And Mike, that dude, what up, though? I appreciate everybody that's tapping in. And shout out to Enos Luby, says, Tommy and Anton, that's a show to end all shows. This needs to happen. Yo, shout out to Tommy Sotomayor. Let me give y'all my view on Tommy real quick, right? Before we get started with the show. But first, let's do some housekeeping, and then I'm going to give y'all my view. All right, make sure y'all tap into the Patreon. Link is in the description as well as pinned to the top of the chat. I just talked to Pocket Watching with JT. We are going to be doing a live webinar. Before we do the part 2 of part 1 from last week, we're going to do a part 2 webinar inside of the Bag Chasers Patreon for you guys to be able to basically ask him any questions that you want to ask him, so that you can get your money right, so that you can get your finances right, so you can get your business together. And so that is coming inside of the Patreon, only Patreon exclusive only. It's not coming to the general public. I did a Pocket Watching with JT webinar last year, and was that last year? I think that was last year. And then I'm going to do one this year too. So next week, we got the Pocket Watching with JT webinar going up. We got more exclusive interviews, uncensored. I also have the announcement for the Bag Chasers meetup, live in-person meetup. Every single city was awesome last year. And then make sure you hit a like for the YouTube algorithm, subscribe to the channel, and turn on your notifications. Let me acknowledge Mike Jones is in the building. Mike Jones with the 50 ball says, good morning, Anton. No fumbling the bag Friday. I'm being battle tested, but they can't destroy me. They can't never even see you. They can't touch you. Yo, a test, is not self-inflicted. I emphasized this last night. But the tests that you guys go through will be nothing compared to the victories that you achieve on the other side. So don't let anything get you down, or don't let anything prevent you from getting to that bag. All right. So shout out to Mike Jones. I appreciate you. Let me start off the show by giving y'all my thoughts on Tommy Sotomayor. Right. So I've always heard of Tommy, but I've never actually witnessed or watched what he's done or his commentary, because I didn't think that it really applied to me personally, right? And so the first time that I've really watched Tommy, even though I've heard of him, right? You can't not hear about him if you've existed in these spaces for any period of time. The first time that I've watched him actually talk, communicate, or have a conversation was when he was on Lucky's platform. I believe it was last week. And they did a live stream, and so I was able to tap in for a little bit just to see what the vibes was. Because if you're not a bag chaser, if you're not somebody that's in my network, if you're not somebody that I'm building with, if it's not something that I'm seeing in my algorithm, and the things that I mostly see in my algorithm is like, real estate stuff related to cars, animal videos, those type of things, then, I'm just not going to search out for it. It has to be recommended to me, or otherwise I'm not going to see it, because it's not something that's really, really in my purview, right? So when I seen it, I'm like, oh, okay, he's making sense. He rocks out. And then he jumped on the Lapeef panel last night. Shout out to Tommy. And he came in right after I jumped off, and he was throwing the jokes out there and making some sound decisions and some points. And I thought that he was awesome. I think that he did incredible. I don't have anything bad to say about him at all. Actually, you know what? I take that back. The first time that I heard about him was somebody had told me about him when I went and visited them over in Utah. And they were saying, yo, I know him. I'm good friends of him, whatever, so on and so forth. And I was like, oh, okay, or whatever. So that's really the first time that I really, really had a conversation with somebody that recommended to me in person who he was, right? And then I had never really watched any of his stuff, but I heard that he was one of the pioneers and one of the early advocates for the manosphere or men in general and things like that. And so I'm not really sure exactly what his story is or what his journey was, but from what I witnessed last night, I thought that he did an incredible job. Now I did see the joke that he threw out to Lady Chan about the Smurfs and all of that. And listen, this is what y'all gotta understand. Y'all gonna have to start getting y'all Thursday nights is it's the gladiators arena. You know, Fight Club is completely, I mean, Fight Club is like bare knuckle boxing. Thursday nights is like Floyd Mayweather, you know, versus the Manny Pacquiao stage, right? It's with all of the lights. It's what everybody comes to see, right? We got Lapeef and Sundays, we got King Talk, whatever. But if you're not built for Thursday nights, and you might need to go over to Fight Club to be able to get your reps up, because if you're not built for Thursday night, then you really shouldn't even be on the stage. You got to have thick skin. You got to be prepared for what comes to you. You got to be able to defend your arguments and your points. There will be no saving you. And you may even get grace a couple of different shows if it's your first time there. But you're not just going to show up on Thursday night and think that you're going to rule the panel. That's not what happens. And so because apparently Tommy has been battle tested and he's been in spaces where he's debated back and forth and things like that, he was able to hold his own, right? He's able to hold his own. And I had to make a small appearance yesterday on the Lapeef Let's Talk show because I just could not take things just continuing to go out of control. You know, it's very difficult. And again, I'm not out of retirement. I'm not about to be on panels and things like that. But I made an appearance here and I made an appearance there. And you may see me occasionally and everything like that. But don't expect for it to be regularly, right? Because I have bigger things that I need to tackle and I need to take care of, both from a business perspective behind the scenes and putting people on and making people are making sure people get their shine. And, you know, we trying to get bags for people and sponsorships. And then I have other conversations and things I want to mine out. I have other people that I have on my radar that I feel like they need to be addressed, and so I'm strategizing on that end of the spectrum and things like that. And so, you know, I think that it's cool to make an appearance here and there, and I can't even help myself. I mean, I'm behind the scenes like, I can't believe Mr. Let Go is saying that. Bruiser, why you ain't holding him accountable? I mean, I'm into the show. I'm watching it as a fan, the same way that y'all watching it from a fan perspective, because I'm a fan of the panels, I'm a fan of the show. And so sometimes I even might have to cut it off. Like, in order for me not to be attached to what's going on and say, you know what, I got to pull up, sometimes I just got to cut it off because I am so passionate about the show and I'm passionate about what's being communicated. Let me also give a shout out to Trigger Mike, right? Trigger Mike is a great asset. He's a phenomenal guy. He's an awesome host. And he be hosting the hell out of those panels, right? So shout out to Trigger Mike. Shout out to everybody. But I will be coming up with the marriage series. I see y'all talking about that in the chat. We will be having a panel in real life that we're shooting tonight, and then they will be released for you guys tomorrow. And then again, make sure you guys tap into the Patreon. Link is in the description as well as pinned to the top of the chat. Let me read a couple more of these super chats, and then we're going to get started with the show. BC says, people don't like to hear you talk your stuff, but it's needed. Thank you for silencing that hyena last night. You were correct. Blac Chyna had no testimony. She did it to herself. Shout out to you for the 10 ball. We're about to address that. I'm going to get into that right now. Rico Brown says, I see that big boy Prezi, big dog. Oh, yeah, I pulled it out today. I got the Prezi on today. That's just for the children. You know what I'm saying? To let them know that I'm still here. Marcus Evans says, what up, bro? This is why I said last week you needed in these spaces. But we got to be able to replace ourselves too. You know what I'm saying? King of New York or KONY says, I would like to see you take on the fake narrative about what just Pearly said about black people. It's all over YouTube in the last 24 hours. Honestly, I'm not really aware of it. I'm not, and that's the honest to God truth. I have not watched the video. I am not aware of what's going on. I haven't heard the lead attorney talk about it. when I tuned into his live stream the other day. And so I'm not aware of it. Y'all gonna have to fill me in and keep me in a loop. I depend on y'all in order to keep me in a loop. I've only got a certain amount of time throughout the day. Shout out to Mike Jones. Mike Jones says, "Thank you, Anton. I needed to hear that. I will let no one steal my joy, and don't let nobody stop your bags either." That's what we talking about. Forget the joy part. Listen, pain is a part of the process, but the only thing that we focus on is the results. And so we embrace the process in order to help us grow into being the monsters that we turn into, because the things that you're going to face going forward is going to be much bigger and much greater. And then you're going to look back and say, yo, this is what prepared me for that. And so it's easy to be able to go through this. So shout out to you, Mike Jones, and everybody that may even be facing some obstacles or some endurance tests that you got to deal with. You'll be fine. You'll get through it. You got this. Shout out to Victoria Camuyu. Says, by now, I think you may have got wind of the Just Pearly Things show. TLA, MTR haven't responded. I'm curious as to what your thoughts. Jason S. called, mention your name too. Who is Jason S? I have no idea who Jason S is. I'm going to listen, if we got time, I'll let you guys come up on the panel at the end of the show if we got time, and y'all can give me the insight and the information on what's going on, all right? Matthew Pearson says, you and Logic need to make more appearances. Shout out to my dog, Logic. Logic is over there in Germany doing what he does, so shout out to my dog. You're actually probably going to see Logic very, very soon rocking out with me with some stuff that we got planned. But yeah, if we got time, I'll let y'all come up on the panel at the end of the show. I got Chelsea's live line coming down to the studio. I see you in the chat, baby girl. And she's going to be doing some things. She's going to be jumping on and having some conversations based off of some subjects that I'm putting together with me and the in-person live crew here in Detroit, all right? So let me go ahead and get started. And the first thing that I want to address is I want to kind of address a recap of what was going on last night. Now, I was very, very disgusted. Entertained, but disgusted. Because I believe that a lot of things that's happening on these shows, including the Lapeef Let's Talk show, from the panelists specifically, are a bit hypocritical. And so I was tuning in from the beginning. Me and my family was driving back from the restaurant, and so we went over into this restaurant that's really, really nice, and me and Leslie and Rita, and we had dinner together. And then we were driving back from the restaurant, and so I threw on the Lapeef Let's Talk show, and I seen the countdown, and by the time that I got to the crib, I was able to jump on the laptop, watch it on my computer, and then I threw it on my TV until I was like, you know what, let me go ahead and cam up and have this conversation, right? The first subject I can deal with, when they were talking about, hey, this is what men are supposed to do or men aren't supposed to do or whatever. They even surprised me, right? Like, I didn't know that men couldn't have an umbrella. When did men not be able to get their hookup wet or not to prevent themselves from getting wet in the rain based off of having an umbrella? I was not familiar with that. Listen, I don't care what y'all say. If it's raining outside or I see a forecast, I'm definitely going to have my umbrella with me. I don't care what y'all talking about. I ain't never heard of that before in my life. I am not familiar with men not being able to have umbrellas. Then why they put them in a Rolls Royce? I guess for your driver or your butler to be able to care for you. You ain't supposed to have an umbrella. Neither here nor there. So I could deal with that, right? That's a nice, fun, haha, playful thing or whatever. But that next subject, this Blac Chyna thing, right? And I want to mine this out extensively today. This Blac Chyna subject and these Christians, boy, y'all are doing a number on me. I can't understand for the life of me what the heck is going on with this Blac Chyna thing. Give me a second. I'm checking into my work computer. Dang. Did I put in 20? Gotcha. All right, cool. So let's get back into the show. All right, so let me go ahead and play a little bit of the part that I seen shortly before I jumped on the panel, and then I'm gonna play what happened to show you the hypocrisy, and I want to address this whole Christian narrative in the first place. So let me go ahead and see if I can scrub through this and get a better view. What? Let's see if we can find it. Give me a second. Boop. There's always a way. If there's a will, there is a way. All right, here we go. So let me just expand this and we'll go from here. All right, there we go. Much better. All right, so I'm going to play this, and then I want you guys to give me some insight on whether or not we both seen this the right way, all right? Let me see if I can find this.
Y'all can't.
Let me see if I can fast
Why he
forward.
can't be a man in every aspect of life. But if we're going to talk about dumbass.
Like when your chest poke out.
You say when your hands poke, problem. So now.
Okay,
Now, I
here we
understand
go.
what Sweeney said, and it's just like whatever, these chicks, these hoes, and all this other stuff. But at the end of the day, it's a good thing. No matter what you want to say, it's a good thing, So I can't get mad at her regardless of what it is, because I actually agree with Sweeney. Most likely she, and I don't know, but her ass shot started getting her sick. And then all of a sudden, she had to get surgery. And you already know you have gastric bypass surgery or you get.
What is Mr. Let Go talking about? And this is one of the reasons why I had to pull up. What is honestly, y'all, what is Mr. Let Go talking about in this situation? Because I don't understand why it's so difficult for us to be able to hold women accountable for the things that they do, but it's okay for us to hold men accountable. It's okay, y'all go back and forth. I get into it with a guy and we got smoke and all of this other type of stuff, but it's never okay to be honest about what it is that we see happening with women. Not at all, right? Okay, let's continue.
All this shit out of your body. Guess what? You flabby now. Your skin is probably just flabby, you're looking crazy or whatever, or your ass is looking weird because you had to have emergency surgery. We're just, we don't know. But the bottom line is, she probably can't do OnlyFans no more because she probably is embarrassed of her body. But with all that being said, I'm glad something, whether it's the 70 dicks, whether it's the flab and the surgery, or whether it's her finding God, I'm just glad she's making a change because she has kids. Them kids is tired of her looking, their mama looking like a hoe. So the day your mama says, I don't want to be a whore anymore, I'm happy for the kids.
Why do we give credit to people? Can we stop there for a minute? And I'm going to speed this up because I actually want to, have these conversations go a little bit quicker. Can we stop there right there for a second, ladies and gentlemen, and say that what the hell is happening in our culture and in our society to where we don't hold anybody accountable anymore? It doesn't matter how much money you made from OnlyFans. It doesn't matter how much D you took. It don't matter how many women you led into destruction. The only thing that matters is you living in your truth, and you can do whatever it is that you want to do when you want to do it. And this is why people feel comfortable enough to do whatever they want to do and say whatever they want to say when they want to say it, because they know that you ain't going to do nothing but provide a safety net for them. Whereas when we talking about equality, men have no safety net. But that ain't even the part that I'm going to get to that part, right? I'm going to come over to Blac Chyna because I seen her on an interview with Forbes. You're trying to get your life together, get baptized, get your dissolving going on, removing your OnlyFans after you extracted hundreds of millions of dollars from it and came up off of Tiege and then be associated with the Kardashians and sued all of them. I'm going to get to that part, right? But before I get to that part, I want to get to what I said, right? And then the reaction to me, because what's more important is the sentiment among women and that they feel comfortable interrupting, talking over you, and then don't want the same type of smoke in return. Let me say that again. You feel comfortable enough to say anything you want to say to Now, listen, remember this, y'all. Well, before I get into it, Let me play it, and then we gonna go over it. All right. That has profited from the dysfunction that they continue to place on a community. They extract all of the money from it, and then we supposed to give them some credit like they did something that was courageous.
Facts.
Or any better than anybody else. Why? You know, and for y'all that's speaking on the church that don't know shit about the church, why do God always got to get the leftovers? Now, I think that's a valid point. Why do we only talk about the redemption story? Why do the devil, and I talked about this the other day, how come the devil can get the best of you and then God always got to get the rest of you? Why are we always celebrating the heathens and the people that, listen, there were all kinds of different people inside of the Bible, right? It was people that went against God. It was people that hated the saints that then got a redemption story. It was people that was born to do the thing that was the right thing. It was people that was done dirty. It was people that came back. It was people that never did nothing wrong, and they wound up just being phenomenal people within the Word of God that led people down a path of righteousness, so on and so forth. So there's all different types of characters. The Bible itself is a movie, is movies within movies within movies, right? So let's remove that narrative. Then that, well, what about this person in the Bible? And what about this person in the Bible? That has nothing to do with what we're talking about. What I'm asking is that why do we promote for you to have to go through the worst of the worst self-inflicted gun wound, pound, pound. You got to have a self-inflicted gun wound because nobody did it to you. Nobody made you. Nobody forced you to sleep with anybody. You didn't go through slavery. You didn't go through something that you couldn't control yourself. Listen. Let's be honest. You finessed Rob Kardashian. Let me say it again for the people in the back. You infiltrated a family based off of an opportunity and finessed the dude and got with a dude that you didn't even like in the first place in order to get a baby by him. Have a baby by me, baby. Be a millionaire. Write a check before the baby comes. Who the hell cares? You finessed Rob Kardashian. So we want to forget that part. You came up off of Tiger. You started an OnlyFans and profited from all of the dysfunction. How many women possibly could have followed you and let themselves right on down the hell into the alcohol river? But we just supposed to forget all of that part because it's your redemption story. It's your truth. And so after you done, and after you had your kids, and after you did your finessing, and after you got all of your money, and ain't nobody checking for you no more, now God can have you. Now it's an opportunity for God to be able to use you to say, ain't nobody checking for you no more. That's not the part that I want to get to. I'll talk about that shortly. Let me go ahead and continue to play this because I want to show the hypocrisy from people, because it wasn't just women, from people on this panel. I want to show you what we deal with as men on a regular basis for those that don't have a platform and for those that do have a platform, because I just so happen to have a platform to where I can get my rocks off. I can talk my talk after the conversation. But let me show you what it is that I see. Why is it that when you fucked up in your life that we got to have a redemption story? You know what? We don't always have to hear y'all testimonies. I don't want to hear how many dicks you done sucked. I don't want to hear how much money, because you ain't giving none of the money back that you made off of all of the OnlyFans content that you put out. You ain't taking Tiger's dick back out of your mouth. You ain't not being in the public eye anymore and starting to, live your life a little bit differently. Let's just call it what it is. It's a rebrand.
So does that apply to women only? Because that seems.
I'm sorry, ma'am. One thing that I've watched over the last couple weeks from Queen Sheba. Now, Queen Sheba deserves this smoke. Even though I'm a nicer person, I am a much different person than I used to be, because I don't feel the need to have to say, sir, I've already made my point of what it is that I feel about a lot of these women that is operating outside of their purpose and outside of their femininity, right? So I don't have to hit that. Queen Sheba, she has her own platform. And you want to know what I seen from Queen Sheba? Queen Sheba did hours and hours longs with multiple different people that didn't even know who I was. Queen Sheba let people come up on the panel, and I never even mentioned it. I never even said anything. She let people come up on the panel that ain't never even seen me before, talk stuff about me with false narratives, have conversations like I wasn't even married longer than every last one of them that was on that panel. So she feels the need to be able to get her rocks off. So let me tell you what it is that I seen. I'm not even going to kill Queen Sheba herself. I'm going to kill what it is that I seen play out on the panel. I'm going to kill the message, not the messenger. I think that she's a cool person. I have nothing against her whatsoever. I think that her voice is very, very entertaining, especially when it's on these panels. But the one thing that I will not tolerate is the same thing that y'all tried to hold me and Philosophical. Let's be clear. Y'all tried to hold me in, and she got thousands of views from it. Congratulations, Queen Sheba. You used my name in order to continue to build your platform. But the one thing that they held me, Philosophical, and every single guy that came before me is being accountable for the disrespect, especially when it comes to the disruption. Y'all said that when me and the dude Philosophical got into it, the foundation of it was the fact that we interrupted each other or we wouldn't give each other grace, regardless of who's right or who's wrong, because that's already under the bridge. But I'm using that as a bridge in order to show you the hypocrisy of how women can get away with this type of stuff, right? Y'all said that we disrespected each other by interrupting each other and wouldn't give grace when somebody else was speaking in order for them to be able to get their full point across. Now, the first thing that I seen, I hadn't even been speaking for 45 seconds. 45 seconds before I started being rudely interrupted. Now, I understand people are passionate and they can be able to say it is, whatever, so on and so forth. I've interrupted people, absolutely. But then when the person asks for grace and they say, yo, can I finish my point the same way that I issued grace? So I'm not asking for anything that I don't do myself. The same way that I issued grace to Philosophical before it blew up, right? Is the same thing that I'm requesting for her. I don't think that that's out of the realm of possibility, but I never called her out of her name. I never disrespected her. I've learned my lesson as a man. I said, listen, I was right about the Philosophical thing, and that could be debated, but it doesn't mean I was right in the entirety of the situation. So I can take accountability for my part in it and said, you know what? I shouldn't have said this. I shouldn't have called him out of his name. If he took this as disrespect, I need to take accountability for that. And that's what men do. We take accountability for the things that we do wrong, even if we don't feel like the entirety of it is our fault. We still got to take ownership. There is no safety net for men. But even though I didn't call her out of her name, you'll see it. I'm about to play it. Even though I didn't call her out of her name, even though I didn't disrespect her, even though I didn't go off on her, right? Because she very much controls her own panels on her channel. This is what I had to endure. I had to endure when I was speaking for no longer than 45 seconds before I was rudely interrupted.
Very.
Listen.
No, it's just about her.
This is
my second thing, Anton,
this is the typical response from a woman. They always want to make it about gender.
No, I'm asking a question just for clarification.
But I wasn't done talking.
Actually came in
wasn't done talking, man. I'm sorry, man.
Darling.
I wasn't done,
sweetheart.
I wasn't done talking, darling.
I'm just asking you because you came in and disrupted the flow. Y'all switched. We didn't know what was going on. We
Because
don't
you don't know if I'm already going to answer your question before you pose it.
I'm just asking for
Well,
clarification.
you can't ask a question before I finish cooking. You might like the meal that I give you before I'm done. I'm sorry, ma'am. I did not do the same thing. I waited till Mr. Let Go finished his point, and then I started talking. I waited for him to, even though I disagreed with him, I waited for Mr. Let Go to finish his point, and then I started talking. How you gonna overtalk me after the last show that you was on? You was forcing people to be respectful for you because you thought that you was bossed up. But see, let me tell you the difference. I love Let Go, but I'm not Let Go. I love Bruiser, but I'm not Bruiser. I think that Trigger Mike is awesome, but I'm certainly not Trigger Mike. I don't even know. See, you be gone for 1 week. I'm gone for 1 week. And now we got the inmates running the asylum. I'm not none of these people. Listen, I'm so much not none of these people. I always advise people to tread carefully. I advise people to tread very carefully because Not only am I not going to tolerate the disrespect, I'm 1 millisecond away from going all the way on that other side, and then y'all gonna be talking about how I hate women. No, I don't hate women. I just don't tolerate women operating outside of the framework in which we put together for you to be able to communicate. You would never let anybody just continue to overtalk you on your own platform. Ever. Ever. And the reason why I've had to make so many examples of so many of the women before us is because I'm trying to prevent y'all from shooting yourself in the foot. I'm not that far removed. I'm not that far removed from going back into that dark place and pulling out everything that I need to pull out in order to make examples of people. So now I've changed. I've changed. Listen, I've heard your cries. I've heard your requests. It's necessary for me to go ahead and still extend. I'm sorry, darling, which is what you have labeled on your name on the panel. I was calling her ma'am. You know that ma'am is a term of respect. Let me show you what continued to happen to me while I was having this conversation yesterday. I'm sorry, ma'am. Give me a second. Give me a second. Give me a second, man.
I'm just asking for clarification.
I'm
Can
sorry.
you give me that?
I don't need to give any. Listen,
I'm just
if
asking.
you can't understand what a C-student is saying,
it's just a question.
I'm not really sure you need any more clarification. The fact of the matter is,
okay. So are we doing that? Are we doing a power trip tonight? Anton, are you coming in with a power trip tonight?
Sheba, you doing
it?
No, I'm asking.
The fact of the matter is,
that's what y'all do.
So now, and this is what Black women regularly do. Whenever you don't acquiesce over into their demands, now it's about one of 5 things. It's a power trip. Because if this is a power trip, then what was it that you displayed the week before? Should I pull up that video? It's either a power trip or who hurt you or whoever it was that did it to you. You need to get over that and get some healing, or that's little D energy, or I can't believe you disrespecting women like this. It's always that. Why is it not any kind of self-accountability that comes along with this? Is this a power trip, or is this me politely for an extended period of time requesting that you let me finish my point and then you'll have an opportunity to respond? But that's not what happened. Let me show you what happened, ladies and gentlemen.
Don't get up here and bully people and bully and do all this. I'm just asking.
I don't care. And you know what? And Miss Sheba, your inability to be able to control yourself when a man is speaking.
Are we really going to do that? Have you ever heard me call anybody?
Hey, at any point in this conversation, did y'all see me do any disrespect? At any point in this conversation, have y'all seen any disrespect whatsoever? Dog, I couldn't imagine, not even a little bit, I couldn't imagine any woman in my presence talking to me like this. Dog, do you know how this would play out with any of my brother's wives, with my mother, with my wife, with my grandmother, or any woman that is in our family or in our presence? Do you know how this plays out in real life? Honestly, I mean, I'm being dead honest. Dog, I have never had a woman continue to talk to me and over talk to me the way that I be talked to on these platforms by women. Unwarranted, because they don't like how you respond, but they never talk about the core reason why we got here in the first place. I could never, ever in my life imagine a woman that is in my presence that then say, well, Black men don't protect Black women. So you're looking for protection, but you also issuing disrespect along with it. I could never, and I never disrespected her not once. Even in this conversation, I said, listen, Queen Sheba, your inability to be able to control yourself. See, Mr. Let Go, he be saying, shut up. Could you just shut up? Can you just shut the hell up? That's how Mr. Let Go be telling y'all to rock. And y'all not tripping because he'll pander to y'all 5-10 minutes afterwards. And I love Mr. Let Go. That's my guy, but I got to be honest. He'll pander to y'all 5-10 minutes afterwards. So y'all okay with him saying, shut up. I say, listen, ma'am, your inability to be able to control yourself when another person is talking, it doesn't make sense to me. And now I'm on a power trip. Okay.
Out of their name.
You know, I said Sheba. What did I say?
No, I'm saying my inability to control. Have you ever
your inability to be able to control yourself? I'm sorry, Mr. Let Go. I got it. Let me cook. Your inability to be able to control yourself when a man.
No, your inability.
While
because you come in ruling with. We know it's.
We're gonna mute you for a second. Because I know you like
to control. Do that.
So when you start to incur, right? This is the equivalent. Muting somebody that's being disrespectful is the equivalent of protecting them against themselves. It's like a woman hitting you, right? Swinging up and hitting you, not expecting for you to hit her back, but you don't hit her back. You just kind of hold her and tie her up and say, listen, stop hitting me. Please don't continue to put your hands on me, right? I'm going to just hold you. It's the equivalent of holding a woman and then she's saying, let me go. Unmuting yourself is like saying, let me go. Me muting you on my panel because I'm continuing to be disrespected and nobody can hear anybody at this point is the equivalent of me holding you instead of beating the hell out of you. I didn't punch you back. You continue to disrespect me, but I'm just going to hold you and prevent you from hurting yourself. You're not hurting me, right? But let's continue. We are going to do that. And the reason why we're going to do that is because I watched your show, Queen Sheba. And you know what I seen on your show while you still talking? We can't hear you. We can't hear you, man.
I just want to know if you're pulling a power play. That's it.
And this ain't no power play. Because, again,
I want to know why.
Watch this. Hold on. I see you in the chat. Sheba. Watch this. This is just for you. If you feel like I'm amping this up, because I haven't even gotten to the part where you rage quit yet, I'm going to drop this just for you. Just for Sheba. See, I don't just say stuff and don't give people an opportunity to be able to defend themselves. Just for Sheba. That's for you. And while I wait for you to come up here and be able to help us to understand how this was not disrespectful, I'm going to continue to play it until I didn't remove you from the panel. You raged quit. I'm going to continue to play this. Queen Sheba. And you know what I seen? You know what I seen?
Reviews. All I do is
review. You know
reviews.
what I seen? I'm sorry, ma'am. Can I finish my statement?
Go ahead.
You know what I seen? I seen you controlling the panel. You shut motherfuckers down when they start. Yes, you do.
Give me one example.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to finish what I was saying. Because I'm not going to let a woman or a man derail me from what it is that I wanted to say.
I just asked for clarification.
Let me bring the queen up. Let's do this. Hold on. Let me put myself because I'm having a little bit of difficulty. I'm going to read y'all super chat shortly. Give me a second. Let me bring Queen Sheba up. Because I believe that I deserve an apology. How about you guys? Queen Sheba, good morning.
Hey, Anton. Can you hear me? Because I'm connected to my car. I want to make sure
I can hear you perfectly clear.
Okay, go ahead.
I think I deserve an apology from you, Queen Sheba. Did you hear me? Could you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead.
I think I deserve an apology.
Oh, stop it. No, you don't.
Queen Sheba, you're not mature enough as a woman you're on here. You got over 1,200 people watching right now, right? About 1,300 people right now and growing. And you're telling me that you're not mature enough to apologize to somebody like me that didn't disrespect you yesterday?
You did not disrespect me. So that was, I didn't feel like you disrespected me. That's not an issue. What I felt like, I kind of felt like you disrupted the flow, right? What happened is in the moment, all of a sudden, Trigger Mike dropped down. You came on. Like, nobody knew what was happening. Like, y'all just switched in the moment and you jumped in, right? And it's like, what's going on? Now, of course, most people aren't going to ask you that because most of them are intimidated by you. So I wanted to know in that moment, hey, are you hosting? Or are you a panelist? And you were like, hey, don't interrupt me. I was just trying to level set with you. That's it.
So when I said, okay, so cool. So when I said, hey, don't interrupt me, then why did you continue to interrupt me?
To be honest, to measure out how I was going to come at you, if I was going to do shots fired, or if you were hosting.
Now, why would you do shots fired to somebody, Queen Sheba, with an unwarranted?
If you were a panelist, that's what
So you just gonna shoot shots at me for no reason?
No, but if you're getting into the discussion and a debate, or if you were hosting, that's all I was trying to clarify with you.
Queen Sheba.
Mm-hmm.
Now you know if somebody had did that to you on your panel, they would have been removed immediately.
Let me ask you this.
Is that not true?
Listen, I don't get in it. I
Queen Sheba, why you can't answer the question?
I've never removed anybody. They interrupt me.
Oh, Queen Sheba, I can't believe what I'm hearing right now.
Okay, go ahead. Ask the question again. I've never removed anybody from my panel. And
Queen Sheba, if somebody continued to overtalk you on your panel the way that you did me yesterday, what would have happened?
I would say, hey guys, one at a time. Hold on, let me finish my thought. That's what I would probably
say. Then they didn't let you finish your thought. Then what would happen?
Most times they do.
But what would have happened if they didn't?
I would mute them like you muted me.
And then you rage quit.
I did because I did rage quit. Let me tell you why. Not because of me and you. We've gone at it before. I rage quit because when the girl with the blue lipstick, she was agreeing with you. And I kind of felt like you came in hot and you were like, ma'am. And I was like, here he go. And I was like, I'm not in the mood. Let me go and just chill.
But I didn't. Queen. So when things don't go your way, you decide to rage quit?
No,
now you know that is not a good example for our young ladies.
That was my first time ever leaving a panel.
But you did it unwarranted. Nobody even disrespected you.
No, you did not disrespect. I don't know. I just made a choice. I didn't feel like it. I didn't feel like arguing. And you know what, Anton? I was like, now he said that he's changing his, he's getting into different, like, I don't know. You made an announcement. You were going to do different topics and different this and that.
Mm-hmm.
I was shocked that you actually popped up with smoke. You came in hot. Can we agree? Yes or no?
I came in with smoke for the subject, not for anybody specifically.
Gotcha. Okay.
I never spoke to anybody, blue lips, none of that. I never said anything to anybody or about anybody until I only addressed Bruiser and Mr. Let Go for pandering towards the end when I jumped off.
I thought you were. So here's the thing. You were nice compared to what I've seen you be. Now I have to give you that. I'm a pretty straightforward. I'm not going to try to flip things in my favor. Now, listen. I do apologize for interrupting.
I see now. I like that. I appreciate that.
I can do that.
I appreciate that. I think that we all should hold ourselves accountable, and I have to give you credit. I have to say that, listen, I disagree with Queen Sheba on a lot of things. However, and I said it before I even started having this live stream, I said I think that she's necessary and her voice is very entertaining and needed on these channels and in these spaces. I said that.
I appreciate that. But when I was asking you that question, I really wasn't like trying to be like, what is it called? Adversarial. I was just trying to figure out, are you going to host or are you joining us? Right? Because if you're hosting, there's a different level of respect we got to have for the host. But if it's a panelist, everybody is fair game. That's all I was trying to establish. But I get
fair enough, and I'm with the smoke, and I'm fine with the shots and everything like that. But the only reason that Trigger Mike dropped down is because there wasn't enough spaces because there was only 10 boxes, and he wanted to drop. He dropped me up. I was willing to wait.
Gotcha. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I may have.
Is it anything else that you would like to share with the audience?
I'm actually a pretty cool girl. You know, people have to understand the dynamics on YouTube, you know, real life, everybody know, but like some of us have met in person. I haven't met you, but I've met different people. Y'all, this is YouTube. You know, please don't get that twisted with people's real life. People have to show up with a little bit of heat, you know, a little bit of arsenal and ready to go to war and have a healthy debate. You know,
Yeah, I mean, listen, I know I've spoken with you outside of a panel and everything like that, and I got a lot of respect for you as a person, as a woman, and as a content creator. Which was why I was surprised why you just jumped off the panel yesterday.
You know what? I don't think I was in the mood to fight. I was actually trying to like have a good time, and I could feel myself gearing up for a fight. And I'm like, nah, let me go ahead and go because I'm going there, and I really don't want to go there. And it's up to me to control how I show up. So that's it.
We with it. So I'm very much expecting to see you on the panel next week, right?
Yeah. Now, are you coming as a panelist or a host? Because I can go with you if you're a panelist.
I don't know what I might let you run a gamut on the panel next week. I don't know. I don't know if I'm built for it.
Well, I appreciate you bringing me up and us just having this dialogue in a healthy manner. I really appreciate what you do and everything that you're trying to do on the behalf of the community. And it's just all, you know, shits and giggles on the panel. It's never anything personal. So I just wanted to say that.
Well, listen, I appreciate you too, Queen, and thank you for coming up here and having this conversation with me. And you know, I rock with you.
Absolutely.
You already know that I rock with you.
Thank you, Anton. I appreciate it.
All right, baby girl. You see how nice I am? You see how we can have a dialogue as a community in order to be able to solve for problems, ladies and gentlemen. This is the new Anton from the Millionaire Morning Show. All right, let me get to some of y'all super chats so we can continue with the show. Sibling Rivalry says, Mr. Let Go is the word salad master chef. We love Mr. Let Go. Mr. Let Go just need to be held accountable sometimes. Shout out to Sibling Rivalries. I appreciate you for the 5-ball. N. Allen RX says, removing all the work could be a money grab too. She documenting it. It's all content, my opinion. And I 100% agree with you, and I'm about to address that specifically. Marriage, Politics, and Sports says, please invite me to the marriage panel. I got 35 years in. I am on Trigger Mike Show daily. Bet. I got you. Absolutely. Sibling Rivalries also said, sisters introduce bad attitudes. Y'all so mean. Y'all so mean. We like Sheba. Sometimes we just got to hold Sheba accountable, right? Service USA says, good morning, family. Get these likes up. Appreciate you. He said, help. Sheba's so woke she needs to take a nap. Y'all crazy. Hyenas stop the cap. Is that what y'all said? I'm reading every super chat. Also, you said Sheba in the chat and her feelings. I think that women do get emotional sometimes. I don't know. I got to figure that out. Y'all also say Fifth Ave Phil says, I told you before, competent and productive men always trigger unqualified women. Carrie Spencer says, I'm trying to understand why she said you are bullying. Well, she clarified herself now. N. Allen 007RX says, for responding in live real time. Thank you for the 10 ball. Let's see what else we got here. Classy Beats, my dog, says, if she apologizes, I'll donate another $5. If she doesn't, I'll donate 20. Well, she surprised y'all. She surprised y'all. See that? Queen Sheba ain't got no beef with me. Need to say says she stays triggered. She is always triggered. When anyone says anything she doesn't like, she just pulled the trigger. Thank you for the 5-ball. Wyatt B856 says Queen is more like Queen real talk. Ronnie Robinson says, good morning, Anton. If Sheba was in her feminine nature, it would have been a different conversation. Thank you for the 10 ball. Bronze to Gold says somebody called her Shiba Inu, which is a meme coin. Classy Beast with the 20 ball says, I'm shocked. Respect to Sheba for the, y'all got to give credit where credit is due on the other side of the conversation. Says, respect to Sheba for the apology. She cammed up and apologized. I can't knock it. Shout out to 80 the King, saving the world one black woman apology at a time. Marcus Evans says, I wish showed the same energy to security boss. I have no idea what happened with the security boss. What happened with the security boss, y'all? Persevere Dated TV says, till I come back like Jordan wearing 45. Shout out to you for the 20 ball. I appreciate you. Fifth Ave Phil says the fact that they spell her name like a crap coin Sheba Inu, or in this case Sheba, ain't new. How Tefton Don drool. Long live Maz says Sheba Inu apologized because she can't unmute herself and continue the chaos. Y'all got to give her the same credit though. Whenever we see somebody take accountability or they apologize or they do what they do on a regular basis, y'all got to get the same credit. I'm gonna drop the link at the end of the show. I see you, Logic. I see you, big dog. I'm gonna give y'all credit. I gotta give Sheba credit because we often say that women don't apologize or whatever, so on and so forth. But she apologized. She apologized, right? And listen, we're not saying that interruptions can't or is not going to happen on a panel of 10 people. What I'm saying is that once we recognize where our wrongs are, the same way that we hold men accountable is the same way that we should be holding women accountable. I don't think that that's unreasonable. But let me see if I can get this other thing popping. So I seen Blac Chyna. I've been seeing her. Looks like she's been watching Kevin Samuels and removing the makeup and getting her face fillers and all of this other type of stuff done right. We're not done with Blac. We're not done with Blac Chyna. All right. Thank y'all for the super chats. I'm continuing to read them throughout the show. I appreciate y'all. No fumble on the Fridays. Make sure y'all tap into the Patreon. Link is in the description as well as pinned to the top of the chat. Now, what I've been seeing is this conversation happen across the board. Let's remove the Lapeef. Let's talk what happened last night out of the conversation now, right? Let's talk about Blac Chyna. Blac Chyna, in my opinion, is going through a rebrand. Let me say that one more time. Blac Chyna is going through a rebrand. Now, I don't know if she's got saved, sanctified, and filled with the Holy Ghost like we do in the Pentecostal church. I heard that she got baptized. Shout out to y'all. I'm definitely going to be continuing to read the super chats. But Blac Chyna, in my opinion, is going through a rebrand. And when you do the work, most of the time you do it behind the scenes and you just show up and you're just a different person. And the way that you operate is the example for what other people should follow, not necessarily what you say. What you say is the reinforcing of whatever it is that you're communicating, but how you've changed should be seen in your example, right? But I'm going to play a little bit of this. Hopefully this will play for me. Otherwise, I might have to pull it up. Here we go. We popping.
Hi, everyone. I'm Rosemary Miller, and I have the pleasure of speaking with Blac Chyna today.
Now, I'm gonna skim through this. I haven't actually seen it. Let me actually see if I can get this playback speed turned up. I haven't actually listened to a lot of this. I listened to little clips that I seen on Instagram or Reels, right? So I might have to skim through this a little bit because it's a little longer than I want it to be. But I definitely want to play this for you guys so that she can express her thoughts, and then we're going to give our thoughts about what it is that she's saying about this rebrand.
Thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you for having me.
So before we really jump in, what do you want to be referenced as? Blac Chyna, or are you Angela White?
Angela White.
You are Angela White.
Yes, ma'am.
So why are you choosing that name?
Well, it was given to me by birth. But mostly just for me, it's like getting back to myself. Because, you know, being in the entertainment like field, everybody always calls me like, hey, Blac Chyna, Chyna. Nobody never really calls me Angela. So sometimes I would kind of like forget like who I am because it's always like about the brand, but not about the person.
Yeah.
So, okay.
Well, you've gone through some major life changes in recent weeks.
Yes.
You've been very public about your breast reduction, your backside reduced, and getting your fillers dissolved.
Yes.
Why did you choose to do it so publicly?
It just came to me. It came from God. Honestly, when I posted, I didn't even think that it was going to be as big as it was. And then by me seeing that, it made me feel like, wow, like really comfortable. And to even go.
When I posted it, I didn't even realize that it was going to be as big as it was. When I posted it, I didn't know that all of these people was going to care about me getting my face dissolved or that it was going to go viral. Y'all believe this? No. Honestly. Come on, man. Let's just, do y'all believe it or do y'all not believe this? These are people that are experts in getting the attention of people. Do you believe that this is the truth, that they didn't know that this was going to go viral?
Go back on the internet because I kind of like stopped posting as much as I used to. But now like everybody has been supporting it. So I'm like, okay, this gives me like a carrot to keep going and see how far I can go. So it makes me feel really good. I'm glad I did do it.
You are receiving overwhelming support.
Yeah, it just came to me. I didn't even think it was going to be as big as it was or is.
Yeah, everyone's really proud of you.
Yeah, thank you.
So you said it came from God. Tell me about that. I want to know about the work we're not seeing because I know you had to do a lot of internal work as well.
Yes, and continuing to also. So on my birthday, I got baptized on my birthday. So I was reborn on my birthday, and that was May 11th of 2022.
Congratulations on the baptism. I have nothing negative to say about somebody that is getting rebaptized at all. Here's the thing that y'all got to remember. When you live in your life publicly, you're open to the scrutiny that comes along with it. When I jump on this Millionaire Morning Show, or when I jump on the panels of Lapeef Let's Talk, or I go on Anton Daniels' channel, or I go over to anybody else's panel, or I jump on the Fight Club, I'm aware that everything that I'm saying is open to criticism, is open to reaction and everything like that. So the one thing that us content creators understand collectively, whether you got one subscriber, you got 100,000 subscribers, you got 100 million subscribers, we know that the content game is to continue to produce content. Now, how everybody else responds to it, we can't sit there and get mad when it's not disrespectful, or we also understand that the disrespect may come along with it. But my point is that you can't sit here and say, well, I got baptized and all of this other type of stuff. Cool. I'm with it. But then you've publicly posted it, and that means that you want the attention from it. It's nothing wrong with doing the right thing. Now, the type of attention that you get along with it just comes with the territory. But the minute that you do like this, or you do like this, and you posting your stuff or whatever, you leave it open to interpretation from everybody else, and you're looking for attention from it. I don't care if it's good. I don't care if it's bad. I don't care if you capping. I don't care if you telling the truth. The minute that you cut your camera on, or you cut your phone on, or you take a picture, or whatever it is that you got going on, the minute that you cut it on, that means that you're seeking some form of attention from whatever it is that you're doing. This is the truth. I don't care how you put it. I don't care how you slander it. I don't care how you like it or you dislike it. The fact of the matter is they're looking to draw some form of attention for whatever it is that they're posting. It is a fact, good or bad, all right?
So from there, I was like, just start taking the steps that I knew, which was more of the truth. Like what's right is right and what's wrong is wrong. So that's kind of like how I've been stepping, going to church. Hi, Bishop James. Going to church and just having my church family and the other people that like pray for me and pray with me, because you can't do it by yourself. You can, but it's better when you have like your church family, your prayer warriors, because there's some days where you might feel like, okay, this is like too much for me. We need to call back. I got to call back up. Like I need the extra prayers today. So.
And what do you mean this is too much for me?
Just like life in general. Sometimes it can become like overwhelming, especially like when you're in the spotlight, and they just keep me grounded. God keeps me grounded, and they keep me grounded too, as far as like human wise. Yeah. You have like your spiritual, but then you have human form too. So both of those combined is helping me get through the things I need to get through and get back to myself.
Right. Mm-hmm. When the world is chaotic, my faith is steady.
Yes.
Yeah. I understand. Mm-hmm. So I want to switch gears a bit.
Okay.
You also deactivated your OnlyFans account.
Mm-hmm.
They need to turn up the mic of the host, or she needs to stop speaking so timid so I can hear what she's saying.
And I hear that was the source of a lot of your money. And I want to just clear this up right now, because there is a $239 million discrepancy right now going on.
I've seen that.
You have. So April 2022, you said you made $1 million from it in 2021. But now I'm seeing reports that are saying $240 million. What's the actual number?
The actual number, it was close to $2 million within a 2-year span. So I opened it in 2020. So right when the pandemic had hit, I had opened it because I was like, oh my gosh, like what's about to happen? And I had just recently did a TV show called Only Cams, where I produced it and filmed on it just a little bit. So it kind of like gave me the leeway to kind of doing it, because it was something that I didn't want to do at first. But at the time I had so many lawsuits and so many things that I was dealing with aside from that, I'm like, I got to figure out how can I like continue to have like my house, take care of my kids, do everything I need to do. So that's why I started the OnlyFans. But I definitely, let's clear this up. I definitely did not make 240 million. I definitely did.
She did not make.
So she says she made 2 million. So where did this 240 million number come from? Because then I was trying to figure out, well, what is she trying to sue the Kardashians for not being on a Keeping Up with the Kardashians series if she made 240 million? If she was making more than some of the Kardashians, why would she be suing the Kardashians? So I got to give her credit for being absolutely transparent. She says, listen, I made about 2 million, not 200 million. Separate from Blac Chyna, right? I keep telling y'all that these Forbes reports, these celebrity net worths and all of this other type of stuff, they don't know. They have no clue. Most of these entertainers and most of these rappers and most of these content creators, they're broke in real life, which is one of the reasons why I show my accounts on here on a regular basis. Most of these entertainers, I show the type of money that I make. If you're a part of the Patreon, you're part of the Bag Chasers, you know exactly what's happening, right? I show exactly what I made. These content creators, based off of the lifestyle that they maintain, they be having G-Wagons and all of this other type of stuff. They don't have the type of money. They don't have the type of money that y'all think. They not making the type of money that y'all thought that they was making. Every chick on OnlyFans ain't getting it. She says she made close to 2 million. Now, it doesn't matter of whether or not I think it's true or not. It don't matter if the IRS think it's true or not. OnlyFans got to report over to the IRS, and then they got to send her a 1099 anyway. And so it's no point in lying about it, because whether she said on here or whether she got to report it to the IRS, they still know. But you're not going to finesse me. You can't finesse me.
I did not. 40 million, you guys.
I did not.
So I know a major part of that, as you said, was to provide for your kids and kind of keep up that standard of living that they're accustomed to.
Yes.
How you plan on doing that going forward?
I'm letting faith lead me, honestly, and it's been really good. Yeah. Like, I'm not even worrying about like where is like my next deal or where's this coming from? Where's this coming from? I'm just going to put my right foot in front of my left and my left foot in front of my right and keep it pushing.
I totally understand.
Yeah,
I do.
Yeah.
Oh, but Angela, what happened? What really happened to make you go through such a radical change?
Nothing really happened. I just, like I said, like I just started working out, sobriety, and like my Bible. That's it. Those are the 3 things that I have been sticking with for the past 7 months. And just over that time, it has shown me like really like, okay, like who are you? Like, what is it that you want to do? What's the example that you want to set? Like, how are you feeling? Like, is this really you? Yeah. You know, because we put on like hair and makeup, designer clothes to like cover up something, you know, and I want to put like my insecurities aside and really step into like the light, like my own light.
You are you without all of that, trust me. And there was no one exact moment. There was no one defining moment you can think of that just made you realize I have to do something.
It wasn't.
Really?
Literally, I've been just like walking on water.
Yeah.
It wasn't like, okay, this happened. I didn't get sick. I wasn't ill. Nothing of the sort. I was just like, you know what? But working out is what kind of like maybe kind of led to it a little bit, because as I said before, when I started working out, all of the fillers started to become more protruded because I started to slim down. I could really see like my facial structure, but nothing like traumatic that happened.
Nothing traumatic that changed your heart.
I mean, the only thing I could think of is just God. That's the only thing I could think of.
You know what? That's a good enough answer.
Yeah,
that is always
it's nothing.
a good
It's
enough
nothing
answer.
else.
God.
Yeah.
So here's the thing, and this is the thing that I really want to emphasize here, right? I don't think that it's wrong as a Christian. I don't care what the other Christians say. I got my own opinion, and I don't give a piss what nobody else say. I don't think that it's wrong for people to still look at what you were and not only be skeptical because you are a public figure, so that's the way in which you communicate to the general public, is that they patronize you based off of whatever it is that you're presenting to them, right? I don't believe that it's wrong for people to be skeptical or to take into consideration everything that they've experienced all the way up to this point, right? I'll give you an example. If Johnny Doobad, we're going to get this dude over here named Johnny Doobad. We're going to give him a nickname. If Johnny Doobad over here been stealing all his life, every time Johnny Doobad come around the family, somebody's stuff get missing. Somebody's purse mistakenly get pilfered. Y'all missing a vase over there, right? Grandma's stuff is getting stolen. All of the security checks is gone and all of this other type of stuff, right? And then for the last 30 plus years, Johnny Doobad been stealing. But for the last 7 months, Johnny Doobad said, you know what? I turned over a new leaf. I don't think it's wrong to forgive Johnny Doobad. But I still think that you should be locking up your purse. You've been stealing for 30 years, and now I'm just supposed to act like you ain't been stealing for 30 years because you've been clean and sober for the last 7 months? They don't even let prisoners transition. And I said this last night. I said they don't even let people that get out of prison just go straight out to the street. You got to go through a halfway house. You got to get a parole officer. You got to make sure that you got a place to live and all of this other type of stuff. And you got to prove yourself and show yourself worthy. So yes, grace is necessary. Yes, forgiveness is necessary. But we're not going to just forget about everything that happened in the past because now we have to account for that. The words say every single thing that happens on this earth, that we do on this earth, we're going to have to give an account for. So God bless you. God bless you for getting baptized. God bless you for doing a thing that you did, self-inflicted wound, taking a bullet out of your arm for shooting yourself with face fillers and butt implants and titty, all. God bless you for no longer sucking cock. God bless you. You don't suck cock no more. I wish you the best. But you still posting it with the phone. Cool. I don't have no problem with that. Be open to the criticism that come along with it. And you have to show yourself to be doing things consistently for an extended period of time before you can expect for everybody else to just be like, you no longer Blac Chyna no more. You just Angela Davis. You made millions and millions and millions of dollars. And Rob Kardashian is still paying child support for them kids. And you still got content out there and so on and so forth. I don't think that it's wrong for people to then move cautiously around you or don't even believe you. I don't think that people should have to believe you either. That's between them and how they feel based off of what you are presenting to them. It ain't their responsibility to acknowledge your greatness. It ain't their responsibility. Listen, if you're doing the work, keep doing the work and show yourself to be approved. Put in your 10,000 hours just like all of the rest of the people that actually can and should be having a platform to be able to talk about all of the good things that you're supposed to do. God bless you on your journey and your redemption story. But it is not our responsibility to make sure that you feel good about your journey. This is your journey. It's supposed to be hard. It's supposed to be difficult. You're supposed to be able to show yourself approved. You a babe. You just got baptized. You just started turning your life over to God. Listen, you a babe. One thing that we used to see in the church all the time, honestly, one thing that we used to see in the church all the time is nothing like a new saint. It's nothing like a new saint. You know what new saints do? And this ain't got nothing to do with Blac Chyna, but I'm tying this in, right? You know what new saints do? They on fire for God. They come in, they get baptized. They just got done sucking dick the day before. And so, oh my God, I repent. They fall on their knees. They give their life over to God. And then they be like, oh, now they deserve to be on the pulpit. Yesterday they was sucking dick. This morning they gave their life over to God. And then now they deserve to be on the pulpit. Now they preaching to everybody else. It's like, I'm sorry, you're what we call a babe in Christ, meaning that you got so much to do and so much to learn before we put the microphone in front of your face, right? It's people that's been doing this work for years. They've studied, they've proven themselves. They're worthy of having this microphone. It's time for you to put in the work that everybody else was putting in when you was out there sucking dick. Now it's your turn to put in your 10,000 hours. You can't just show up and be a professor after everybody else went to school for years. You don't just show up and be a doctor after everybody else been studying and doing a residency and all of this other type of stuff. You can't just show up and be a lawyer. In no profession in the world can you just show up and be whatever it is that you want to be, except for in the army or in the church. In the army or in the church. You ain't got to have no background. You ain't got to have study. You just show up. And that's just it. Oh, everybody. That's not how it works. That's not how it works. It took 30 years to get 30 years old. And so you're a babe. And you don't give babes steak. You give them baby food. And so congratulations to her for turning her life over to God. Congratulations to you for forgiving her and being awesome and all of this other type of stuff. But one thing is for sure and two things is for certain. Time tells all. Time tells all. So we'll see. We're going to play it by ear. We're going to be open to the possibilities of what could and couldn't be. And as long as she continues to live her life like an open book, we'll be here to talk about it the same way that you talk about me, the same way that y'all talk about every other content creator. You don't get a pass. You just got to show yourself to be worthy of having this conversation. And that's just the fact. That's the facts. Let me move on. All right. I'm going to open up the panel towards the end of the show because I want to get y'all thoughts. All right. Somebody sent this to me and I thought that it was interesting. And I watched a lot of it. Right. So I'm just going to play a little bit of it because recently Jay Morrison has popped back up. And I will say that after watching a lot of this, I am kind of understanding and seeing it his way, right? I think that he did a really, really good job. Now, I don't know if this is just his ability to be able to be a good marketer, to communicate effectively. I'm going to let you guys, find out for yourself. I'm going to play a little bit of it, and I'm going to let you guys determine that for yourself. I don't know if he's telling the truth, if he's telling a lie or whatever, right? But I'm more interested in the marketing of it or his ability to be able to communicate. And more importantly, his ability to be able to rebrand himself based off of all of the different allegations that's happened across the years. Now, I've never really talked about Jay Morrison at all because I've never seen anything from Jay Morrison that has warranted a Millionaire Morning Show conversation for us to have. I know that he had been going back and forth with Tony the Closer. I know that he had appeared on the Lead Attorney show, especially when him and Tony the Closer was going back and forth. I know that he had started what he would call the TREF fund, the Tulsa Real Estate Fund. I think that's what it's called. And I also remember Jay Morrison being really big years ago and when he first blew up because he was traveling city to city and doing these hood, listen, let me show you how to get this money in real estate thing, right? But I've never really had a conversation about Jay Morrison until now. So I want to jump into this, but before I do, let me go ahead and read some of these super chats because I want to acknowledge everybody that's supporting the show. I don't ask you for anything, but anything that you give, I have to acknowledge you guys. Marcus Evans says she disrespected security boss on cruise season. I'm guessing you're talking about Queen Sheba. I have not watched that episode on cruise season or anything like that, so I'm not familiar with it. Long Live Malls says we will give credit once there is change. I guess he's still talking about Sheba. Shout out to you for the 2-ball. Cali Dev says this is why passport men are on the rise. Passport apps are up 300%. No need to argue with women while traveling overseas. I'll be in the Dominican Republic next month, the end of next month. But I'm not going where y'all going. I'm not going to Sosua. I'm going for my daughter's Taekwondo tournament, and it's going to be absolutely awesome. Let me continue to read some more of these super chats, and then we're going to get into this whole Jay Morrison conversation. Growing Pains podcast with Shower Moni says, oh, you look gorgeous. Says, I absolutely love the accountability of women and men. I love your content. Also, super excited to be a part of the Bag Chasers. Hey, give a salute and a shout out to all of the new Patreon members. The link is in the description as well as pinned to the top of the chat. Make sure y'all tap into the Discord. That link is in the description of any of the recent Patreon videos. And make sure you rewatch the webinar because the next webinar that we're doing next week is actually with Pocket Watching with JT to answer all of y'all questions. All right, so shout out to the Growing Pains podcast with Shara. I appreciate you, love, for continuing to hold us down. Let me read a few more of these super chats. Kevin Robinson says, how was this money talk? Forbes tripping for putting this runner on camera. Well, she did say what her net worth was or what she was making on OnlyFans, which was completely different than what the narrative is. And that shows y'all that it ain't all good in the hood. Enos Luby says, last night, the non-reading of the super chats at the end of the show was not cool. Marcus spent $100 with his multiple super chats and me as well. Love Trigger Mike, but that was not cool. Felt a little slighted. I didn't stick around for the end of the show. Let me formally apologize to you as a person that is a partner in the platform. Let's just put it like that. I will make sure, because you see me reading the super chats, I will make sure that me and JR discuss it, because it might have just been an oversight from Trigger Mike. But we definitely want to read y'all super chats, and we appreciate y'all for supporting the platform. So let me just formally apologize and say that I appreciate y'all for super chatting the show last night, and I will do my best to work behind the scenes to ensure that it does not happen again. So thank you, Enos Luby, and thank you for supporting us, what we do over here and our other platforms. N Allen 007RX says, shout out to her, easy content. Shout out to you for the 20 ball. I appreciate you, love. The CKJ3 says, God is tired of the devil leftovers and calling it redemption, says Anton to go. I said what I said, you know what I'm saying? They may not like it, but it's absolutely the truth. Also, Levi Apparel says, watching your show live, I'm building my shop also. Shout out to Levi Apparel's in the building up his shop. Insane One says, the host will be Stepmom and Get Out 2. Got you. Crazy. Team Phenom says, much love and respect to Anton and everything you do. You've brought me tremendous value. Definitely going to be joining the Bag Chasers. Peace and blessings to all. Shout out to all of the new Bag Chasers and Team Phenom. I appreciate you for the 10 ball. My girl, Real Precious, says, great show, Anton. Precious, I'm waiting for you to come to Detroit. Y'all ever seen Sling Blade? Yeah. Wyatt B 856 says, it's just like the recovering crackhead from Snowfall. Grandma say, you can't come back here till you give me my pearls. Get off my porch. Right. We always want to automatically give people and women like Blac Chyna the benefit of the doubt. And I'm not saying don't forgive. I'm saying to keep your pearls clutched. You know what I'm saying? Let me show y'all a little bit of what it is that I witnessed from this live stream or this episode with Jay Morrison. And then I want to get back to y'all to see what y'all thoughts are. Make sure y'all hit a like for the YouTube algorithm, subscribe to the channel, and turn on your notifications.
I found myself getting so caught up in the responding and explaining and documenting in social media and all that. I have a whole fund to manage and real estate assets to acquire and portfolio manage. It became a daunting task to keep explaining and to keep defending as like a full-time job, just social media influencing around the fund, while we're raising capital for the fund, while investing the capital for the fund, while I'm documenting that for the fund. And within our first 6 months, we were investigated by the SEC and the FBI while I'm going through an 18-month investigation.
Welcome to another edition
So it
of
sounds like
Transparency.
Basically, right? Jay Morrison is saying in a lot of this, and I'm going to play some of it. I'm going to skim through it. Jay Morrison is basically saying in a lot of this that his reputation was being destroyed and killed while he was winning lawsuits against the people that were accusing him of doing bad business, which he did say that, and the other person admitted it on the lead attorney show. But he was basically saying, yo, I battle, especially with a new wife, of when to and when not to respond because I'm being led by God. Now, what is the common theme of this show today? What is the common theme for all of the different people that has come up here, right? Is that they are being or using spirituality as the backbone for their decision-making going forward, which is very much putting me in a weird space because I can't argue against somebody turning their life over to God. The only thing that I can do is start to pay attention to the results. Let's go ahead and get into it.
Just really in our household and with my wife, just dealing with something new.
Okay.
Right, navigating a new space.
Okay.
And, do you play the aggressive road? Do you play the high road? Do you play passive aggressive road? Do you play the, so all that, and then always allow my steps to be ordered by God.
Yeah. So I don't even want to tiptoe around it. Like over the last 2 or 3 years, you have taken some brutal hits professionally. I have seen the headlines. I've seen the slander campaigns. I have seen social media do what social media does, right? And it was the Attack Jay Morrison scandal.
Yeah.
What did you do?
I shook the devil up. And if there wasn't all this scandal and noise and attack on me, it wouldn't make sense.
Yeah.
If it wasn't, I wasn't really doing the work. And so.
And that's the part that conflicts me. It's like, I don't like when people lead with, yo, I shook the devil up and that's why I'm being attacked. No, this is the life you chose. You decided to get into this. You decided to participate in it. You wanted to be a public figure. You wanted to sell yourself. Now, I can't make a determination of whether he's right or wrong because that's left up to the courts and that's left up to the court of public opinion and all of that. But the reality is that a lot of this stuff that people put themselves into can be categorized as self-inflicted. And so when people lead with, well, I shook the devil up and now the devil is mad at me, that's the same narrative that they be selling y'all in church when y'all be going through stuff, when it's a self-inflicted wound, when it's not the reality of your situation. And so I think that if people led with what went wrong and just gave us the facts and gave their side of whatever the story is, then we can better parse through whether or not it was the devil or not. Sometimes it's just people. It say it rains on the just and the unjust. It ain't always got nothing to do with God and the devil. Sometimes it's just you. But again, let's continue. I'm gonna let y'all watch a little bit more.
So, that's been a part of the journey, part of the course, right?
So I know part of it. So we are heavily scrutinized in this entrepreneur space, right? You and I are building, we're just getting to know each other really on a closer level, and we're building a relationship, and it's been a great one. And I remember when we talked in one of our earlier conversations, I said, Jay, I don't know. Word on the street, some things going on. And I just kind of wanted to know for myself from your perspective. And we had an opportunity to talk, and everything just made so much sense. And I've had, an opportunity now to do my own research, and everything has just, again, made so much sense. I think it's very responsible to talk to people who have known you for years, who have been following you, maybe students or supporters of you, about how we do business and prevent ourselves from getting into certain situations. I don't want to really name any names because that's not important. But the bottom line is there was a time that you may have upset some people, misunderstanding, right? And you went through this court litigation, and that went on for how long?
2 years.
2 years.
2 years plus.
That you were in court.
Is that what he was talking about with regard to Tony the Closer? I'm assuming, maybe not. He said that he went to court for 2 years. I have no clue because he's not mentioning names, and he does not mention names in this specifically. But is that what he was talking about when he was going through with Tony the Closer, this whole 2-year court litigation thing? Y'all let me know in the comments.
Over a business deal that just went bad. Yeah?
Yeah, you could say that.
What would you say?
Well, the root of it, this is getting all transparent.
Sure.
The root of it is my disobedience is how we got here. My wife told me before we even got into the business, not him. My spirit don't feel right. And I got a big heart, especially a big heart for black men that are in our community. And I got a sob story. And, you come from the streets, you were a drug dealer, people give you a shot. I may have these things in the past, give me a shot.
Yeah.
And also power struggles in our household. We want to show, I can make the decision on the man. And I overrode her discernment. And I let some.
How do y'all feel about that? He said, listen, and again, I'm assuming that he's talking about the alleged deal in which it wound up going to court back and forth with Tony the Closer. He said, listen, I was disobedient. Was he disobedient to his wife, or was he disobedient to the calling of God? Which one was it, right? But he said that his wife spotted Tony the Closer and was like, nah, not him. This is what I'm assuming, right? Based off of the lawsuits and the litigation. I don't have an opinion on it one way or another about what he's saying. I'm trying to parse through whether or not whether we really are looking at Jay Morrison the wrong way based off of the new information that he's presented. Because it's always, another side to the story, and then it's Day's story, and then it's the people. But the way he's painting this picture is he's saying, listen, my wife said, no, not that nigga over there. Who that nigga on that nag? And he said, listen, I was blinded by the money. And I tell y'all all the time that all money ain't good money, or just doing business with people just because you think that they know how to get to the bag. It's not always the move that you should be making. And he's saying, listen, my wife, who was my eyes and my ears paying attention to what was going on behind me and all around me and in the back of my head, said, nah, fam, this ain't a good move. And he overrode her, and he decided to do business anyway. Let's continue.
Somebody in that shook the house up.
There were red flags, though.
There were.
Yeah, that you ignored because you made a decision and you just wanted to make that good decision turn out great.
Facts.
Yeah. Now, in hindsight, do you feel like you would have done things differently?
Me now would have done things differently, but me then probably did the same thing.
I don't know. Sometimes you go through tough times and it forces you to kind of level up and grow. Would you agree that happened with you?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. In what way?
So many ways. I mean, I'm just like, this. It's weird, right? So when you talk to me, you're talking to two J's.
Okay.
Right. So everybody's understand it, right? It's two J's. So you're talking to me as like the entrepreneur, the man, all that, but I'm also a man of God, and I'm very, very spiritual. And so I understand. So I talk from like kind of both dualities. So it's like just a human in me. Like I wish I would have did everything different, could have avoided all of it. Right. I had a great reputation, great business, thriving in the community, all that, great relationships, and much of that got dismantled or destroyed through this process. So there's a personal side of me that regrets that, right? Regrets all the money we love, millions that I've lost of opportunities, probably tens of millions of dollars that I lost in opportunities, relationships, actual realized dollars. However, there's another side, a spiritual side of me that really appreciates the man that I am today that I probably couldn't have become had I not went through everything I went through.
Sure. Do you believe that you missed out on these opportunities, like tens of millions of dollars, because organizations and people felt like you did something wrong, or because they just didn't want to be a byproduct of any drama that you had going on?
Both.
Yeah.
Like, it's easy, especially with like within our community, it's easy to stir the pot. It's easy to play on people's emotions or even pessimisms, if you will. So there's people that, hey, I don't know about Jay. He might be right, might be wrong. I don't know. There's people that's just like, you know what, he might be good, but I just can't stand next to him. And that whole conversation we even had in the entrepreneur community. Jay's brand it might be bad for business.
Yeah.
And I get all those sides. I think I just come from a space of like this duality I kind of have, just not as an entrepreneur, but as an activist, if you will, and that activism being rooted in mission and rooted by my calling. That I expected different. I thought that I deserved more, but then as I matured, this pruning, this fire, this what I call my trial period, my Job period. It's like everyone that's had a major calling, a major impact has gone through this. And we always say it, like cliche, we say that, but it's different when you're actually going through it. Right? And I've said,
how similar is this conversation between this young lady and Jay Morrison and the young lady that was on Forbes that was just talking to Blac Chyna? Ain't that crazy how and Q, I see your super chat. I'm reading super chat shortly. Ain't that crazy how when things happen and I do these morning show, it always unexpectedly wind up being a theme. I didn't know that I was going to talk about Blac Chyna this morning. I didn't know that I was going to talk about Jay Morrison this morning, right? Based off of what was communicated on the Lapeef Let's Talk show last night. Everybody is leaning into their spirituality. And I'm going through my Job period. And I expected more from the people that I advocate for because I've always been a pillar in the Black community and wanted the best for my people, regardless of what my life turned out like. This is the theme that's happening. Now, again, I'm letting y'all judge for yourself. And these campaigns to paint themselves better or to tell their truth or their story, or however it is that y'all want to do it. But this is this is Redemption. That's the name of the show, Redemption. A rebrand of different people that's saying, listen, I know that I'm not necessarily innocent, but I've been unfairly treated by the general public, or is that what we sign up for? Let's play a little bit more.
Said in my past since 2012, I said I would literally give my life for Black people and for our repair.
Do you still mean that?
Like if God, yes I do.
Don't do it. Jay Morrison, listen. I don't necessarily know whether you're real or you're not. I've never took your course, so I can't utilize the information or say that you was right or you're wrong. But the one thing that's for sure, and the two things for certain, is that don't ever say that you would be willing to give your life for people that ain't willing to be able to. That's a dead road, a dead end right there.
If God made a deal with me, like Jay, like I know you got daughters and a beautiful wife, but if you give up your life, I'll repair, turn around this whole community. I would do it in a blink of an eye.
It almost got really tricky for you about 2 years ago. There were a group of people who literally pulled up to your house. Your wife, Ernestine, was pregnant at the time. They're all over Instagram, putting your address online. There were people who felt like you were hiding from them and you owed them some type of answers. Like I was scared I didn't even know you guys at that time, but I was very fearful for both of you in that moment.
I'm about to drop the link for y'all to be able to cam up and jump on the panel and give me y'all thoughts. You can hold me accountable on Fridays. It's Free Smoke Fridays. Y'all can hold me accountable. You can say, Anton, you're right. Anton, you're wrong. You can give me your thoughts about the Lapeef Let's Talk show last night. Jay Morrison, Blac Chyna. You can say, Anton, I don't think you're a real Christian, so you shouldn't be having this conversation and people should forgive you. I'm going to be reading super chat shortly, so on and so forth. But I'm about to drop the link in the chat for y'all to be able to cam up. Make sure you're on camera. Make sure we can hear your audio. You got a good internet connection. I'm about to drop it up.
What was that like?
I wasn't fearful. I wasn't scared.
I was scared for you.
Yeah, but people so those who know my brand and know me know I come from the streets and I come from, a real place. And we know that anybody want to do something to you ain't doing it on live.
That's a fact.
It's something to be scared of on live. You got the cameras out for a reason.
Yeah.
I'm going to do something to you.
Now, that's one thing that I absolutely positively agree with him. I'm tired of all of these people talking about, if you know this person in the streets, then you know they real about it. I don't want to hear that. Listen, don't threaten me on no live. Don't come up on my panel talking all of that nonsense when I see you in the streets and everything like that. Let that go, fam. We need to start letting that go and leave that dead. We are on the internet. We are entertainers. We are people that are having conversations based off of having a good time and all of this other type of stuff. If you gonna do something, anybody that's gonna do something, they not gonna announce it before they gonna do it. They just gonna do it. All right. So let's dead that. Let's leave that alone. Let's no longer have that conversation talking about what you gonna do and what you ain't gonna do. We don't want to hear that no more. All right. We don't want to hear any of that. Let me let a little bit more of this play. I do got it pinned to the chat.
Yeah.
Right. We can document it.
Yeah.
The same people I invited to 3015 R. Martin Street, the big black building, the Legacy Center. I invited to come sit down with me and talk. They didn't have to go to my house. They had to invite. They didn't want to do it. They had a private invite. We could have did it as men do it.
Now you're from the streets.
Yes.
Your wife is not.
Right.
How was she dealing with this whole situation?
She was traumatized by it. Still really getting through it. Was also angry. And expected more from me. So that was also a real part of this was that's that man in me and that man of God in me. Because Maine knows how to deal with these situations. But I also had to listen and figure out what does God want me to do in the situation, right? And I end up, I believe, choosing the right route and leading by example and walking in dignity and all these different things. But
I like what he said though. A lot of times people don't take into consideration that a lot of guys is between a rock and a hard place. And I'm about to pull y'all up. A lot of guys is between a rock and a hard place when they trying to, let's say you've given your life over or you change or you're now a different type of person, right? And you got a wife and a kid. And so even if you instinctively want to go back to whatever it is that you operated like from a street perspective, you can't because you got to take into consideration how it's going to affect the other people that surround you. Let me read a couple of these super chats and then I'm about to bring y'all up on the panel. I don't want to read Q's super chat, but I'm going to read it anyway just because I have to read all of the super chats. Let me remove this. Mr. Maximus says, remember that one time R. Kelly turned to God? That's what I'm saying. Time tells all. Q says, just woke up. I heard Anton came out of retirement. That is a false narrative. Just because I did a little bit of a drive-by and a little bit of a pop-up and I said, what up, though? That don't mean that I'm actually on the panels. 3B Prepared says, holding it down, says, keep it up. I appreciate you for the fireball. Matthew Pearson says, yeah, man, you got to stay on these panels, man. Good for black men. Y'all just want to keep on pulling me back. Executive Suite MLE, my dog, says, big red flag for me was when he went on a Breakfast Club years ago and chapped his lip and with chapped lips and a snotty nose, and I couldn't take this Uncle Harry Ninja serious. Y'all is insane. Oh my God. Thank y'all for the super chats. Let me start bringing y'all up on the panel. I'm going to start off with my dog. Hold on. Let me see if I can get it popping. I got to start off with my dog. Logic.
What's cracking, bro?
What's happening, big dog?
I got some shit though. But
What's that?
Go ahead. I'm going to talk about this rebranding.
Go ahead. You can say what you want to say.
Man, look, I'm going to tell you this. I'm going to say this. The black man pain is being hijacked by women. And the black race pain is being hijacked by everybody else. I saw some today, and I'm just saying, I'm going to keep it on that, then I take it to the next level. I saw I saw what y'all was talking about what's her name? China Black. She want to rebrand and she want to start using these manosphere talking points, right?
Yeah. You're right. I agree.
They send dollar signs.
I agree.
So now women gonna want to naturally do it, right? And then you gonna be mad at me because guess what? This probably be your partner though.
Why am I gonna be mad? You can say whatever you want to say.
Just Pearly too. Hey,
Hey, I got a question. So I got a question, and let me and the link is in the chat. I got enough room for one more person. So what the hell is happening with this whole thing? With Pearly? You gotta somebody gotta fill me in. Yo, fam, you gotta mute if you're not talking. Yo, when y'all not
hell,
talking,
these
make sure
niggas
y'all
in
mute.
traffic. Yeah, that's why it's easy to hijack black men. Look it up. You know what I'm saying? We in traffic. You know what I'm saying? Hey, the other nigga, the dump truck. Look.
Y'all gotta fill me in on what's going
We
on.
in Brooklyn right now. If you don't see it, we in Brooklyn live.
All right, we got it. But don't you know this man is conducting a show? See, this is why it's easy to hijack us. Because, you know what I'm saying, we get out here clowning, you dead. You know what I'm saying, you out there dancing like you in the Tekashi 6ix9ine goddamn video. You know what I'm saying? Come on, bro.
What is going on with this whole Pearl thing, bro? Honestly, I am not familiar with it at all.
All right. I don't know. I seen it. I woke up, somebody sent me a couple of videos, and then so I had a chance to look at it. And I guess she had did an interview with Nick Fuentes. And
Yeah,
I'm gonna just state this for the
patriarchy keep trying to get me to get him on the platform, and I said, man, I don't want him.
Nah. See, look, this is the thing. Like, I'm gonna just be honest with you. I have no personal feelings against what Nick Fuentes say, because he talking about white people should be white people. So he's talking about integration, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right, cool, fine. Got no issue with it. I think black people should be more on the integration tip anyway. I mean, I think they sold to the devil when they started talking about I'm sorry. Nick Fuentes talk about segregation, you know what I'm saying, about maintaining white purity, you know what I'm saying, maintaining, keeping America white, all that kind of stuff like that. I have no disagreement. I think that's what black people should do. We should start thinking about segregating so we could actually build our families, build our communities, make our tribes. But the thing is, you can't say that message like just Pearly if
What was the
you're,
message?
man, you gotta look at that shit, bro. Look,
What is
I
it? What is
can't.
it
I
on?
look. Somebody did. I guess she did it. She did an interview with Nick Fuentes.
Okay, so give me the cliff notes. Somebody give me a cliff notes of what she said.
It was they was talking about, you know what I'm saying, they was talking about a lot. I mean, they was talking about the see, I saw somebody else coverage of it, so I only saw the clip. I'm not gonna look at the whole video, but pretty much, it was some shit that, like I said, if that's her opinion about it, it's cool. But you can't have an opinion about segregation when you're integrating off the backs of black people. These talking points and these issues that we discuss on YouTube, these are not white people issues. Let's keep it a bean. These are black people issues. These relationship problems we talk about, for the most part, they're exclusive to black people. You know what I'm saying? White people, wives ain't running around out here crazy like this. You know what I'm saying? It's our women. So, you know what I'm saying? If you're going to use this, and I think, like I said, black men, to me, I think we easily get hijacked because we look for validation in women and other people. So it's easy to hijack us. That's why instead of just keeping our message pure, we want to bring women in. And it's easy for women to come in, you know what I'm saying, just like Fantasy Island girl with her titties out. You know what I'm saying? She can get on every panel in the world. Because, you know what I'm saying, it's easy for them to hijack our shit. And also the black race. It's easy for our black race, anything we do, to get hijacked because we look for validation in other races. So this is you. I'm gonna let you look at it. You look at it. You draw your opinion on it. You know what I'm saying? I think, like I said, if this was a show, if she wasn't trying to integrate herself with black people, then I say, you know what? I have no issue with what she got to say. But I have an issue with what she got to say because she's trying to integrate herself within black people.
Q, what are your thoughts? Because I'm still not necessarily familiar with what she said.
I will say
I
this.
just sent it. I just sent it in a. I put it in the chat for somebody to send me something in the email or whatever. But
I'm only here to hijack this panel, as Logic said.
There you go. I told
I'm here to call out the bullshit. Anton came out of retirement last night. Anton came out of retirement last night.
No, I didn't. No, I didn't.
I was asleep, had to wake up. I was like, damn, I missed
No, I didn't. I didn't come out of retirement. I only jumped on the panel for about 20 minutes, maybe not even 15 minutes.
Anton, you miss it. You
Look,
miss
somebody,
it.
hey, wait, hold up. Somebody hit that link who saw the full Jess Pearly situation.
Yeah, I didn't watch it, so I don't have no insight on that. I don't know what's going on.
I think O'Shea Duke Jackson did a video on it.
The only thing with a lot of these YouTubers, I feel as if a lot of these people are extremists. They always go towards the most extreme end of, like, you know, the pinnacle. Like, I feel as if a lot of these people, you know, I don't even feel as if that's their talking points. I just feel as if they do that shit for views, basically. Like, you know, Pearly, I mean, you know that, I think her name is Pearly Things or whatever the case may be. A lot of her views is, I feel as if views that she got from YouTube. There's a lot of the stuff that she says is not applicable in the real world. Like, these passport bro things, it's like, it's cool, but in the real world, I don't know. I don't know if it adds up too much. That's more of the idealistic YouTube world, but the world isn't YouTube. That's how I feel about it.
That's what I say sometimes. I said that yesterday. Some of the stuff that people preach on these panels is not how it is in real life. Like, we have a lot of men say they this way, in real life they really not. So I definitely agree to that standpoint.
Oh, somebody in the chat said she took the interview down. You should have did that, Jess Pearly. You should have kept that shit up.
I'm still not familiar with what she said. And who is Jason Black?
Jason Black, somebody sent me the video, but his coverage of it is too long. He was thorough with it though. I don't know who he is because you can't see his face. But he seemed like he.
Somebody said that he was talking about me. He said something about me.
Oh,
that's what they telling me. That's what they telling me.
Y'all, I don't know. Email Anton the video, y'all.
They said that he said something about me or something like that.
Hey, cuz Anton, we was harbor terrorists. Look, if Jess Pearly is proved to be a terrorist, I'ma say it myself. I harbor terrorists too, and then your ass got to take that beam too.
Well, y'all got to tell me what she said first.
Hey, they sent you the videos. Look at the O'Shea Duke Jackson coverage of it. He did a quick synopsis of it. I mean, a quick coverage of it. That's the one somebody sent me this morning.
Hey, chat, what did he say about me? He said I was a coon. Is that what he said?
I said Q.
To be honest, I think Anton one of the realest people on YouTube. To be honest, but I don't know.
I don't even know who. Honestly, I genuinely don't know who this guy is. Like, I've never heard of him. I just started hearing about him apparently when they said that he mentioned me or whatever like that. So,
but why? See, her deleting it. Go ahead. Oh no, sorry. Her deleting it makes her look kind of bad. You know the internet. You know people have already screen recorded it, already got it, now doing reviews. But I wonder why she really deleted it. But
I'm gonna say this for the record. I don't know if she deleted it. I didn't go to her channel to look at it. I just read that message in the chat. I just read that in the chat. Chat said.
Oh, he does me and Kevin Samuels.
Yeah. They said O'Shea Jackson did a thing about it.
Yeah, O'Shea did a good. I think
why he did me
breakdown of it.
Oh Lord.
Hey, listen. If somebody is in the chat that know what was said, just tell me. The link is pinned to the top of the chat for y'all to tell me what was said, or to send me a link to the video or whatever, so I can see it for myself.
I just told you, go to O'Shea Duke Jackson channel.
Well, O'Shea, they didn't say O'Shea said anything about me.
Oh, I don't know. I didn't hear the guy say something bad about you. I mean, because I just heard clips from O'Shea. That's it. So I don't know.
Oh, okay.
And he wasn't really covering what he said about you. He was covering the conversation between Nick Fuentes and Jess Pearly.
All right, that's cool. All right, I got you, Carrie Spencer. I'm gonna check it. You sent me the video of Pearl, or you sent me the video of Jason Black? People was typing in my one of my comments yesterday. My people were showing it to me that they said that he said something or whatever like that.
Damn, where's Eric when you need him?
Oh yeah, you know that nigga know everything. Yeah, he deep in it. But I'm gonna ask you this, then, Anton, or whoever. Don't you think that? Like, I'm gonna say this though, and people ain't gonna get a man credit though. But I saw him on Lapeef Network last night. Tommy Sotomayor. That's the first person I heard actually talk about this. And what happened is that he was just like the initial people that was saying COVID was from the it was a China virus, right? When people were saying COVID from the China virus, everybody was getting their channels took down. Tommy Sotomayor was one of the ones who actually was speaking up for all this black man stuff, right? They took him down. Most people don't even know who he is anymore, right? So now you got a new brand of people coming in and saying some stuff, even though I agree that they share their life experiences. But the thing is that I think right now in these conversations where black men need to talk about black men issues, we're letting black women hijack that. And then so now they're seeing it's a formula. We're seeing like just like you saw that all these Blac Chynas, you know what I'm saying, Asia Doll gonna be next, Nicki Minaj, they're gonna rebrand themselves and they're gonna start talking about these black man issues because it's profitable. You know what I'm saying? You can get a following doing it. So now that's what you're seeing women are doing it. Second of all, white people. Jess Pearly, Adam 22, the little Jason Black guy, he made a good comparison with the Jess Pearly Adam 22 situation.
What happened with Adam
Easy to
22?
hijack. Well, you know, Adam 22, they say Adam 22, Vlad TV, they hijacking hip hop and pretty much. And now he kind of switching and he's going to the Nick Fuentes, he's going to the white supremacy, he interviewing all these different people. And they saying that he built his platform up off the back of hip hop and black people. Now he got it to where he at now. And he said, okay, I'm done with that.
Yeah. Well, I could chime in on that one too. Adam 22 basically what he did was he capitalized off of hip hop initially. But I'm not gonna say that it's wrong because I do think that there was initial interest in hip hop. Because even the name called No Jumper, that comes from like a Gucci Mane reference. It's a Gucci Mane song. Balling in the gym, but I got no jumper.
No, that's not. No, that's not it. No, nigga, you a New York nigga. It's not balling in the gym and I got no jumper.
Whatever.
Yes, you don't even know it, nigga. You New York ass.
Yeah.
I mean, do y'all really want to even see me dealing with these people the way that I would deal with them in the first place? Like, if y'all want me to be nice and keep it above board, then y'all got to keep me accountable. Honestly, I'm gonna just be real. If y'all want me to stay in this good space, focus, and doing all of the things that I've been doing lately and not getting caught up in the bullshit and everything like that, y'all gonna have to make sure that y'all keep me accountable because I like beef, right? I like the smoke. I like going back and forth. I'm for that type of movement, right? But if y'all like this positivity shit that we've been doing lately and getting to the money and talking all of this good stuff and y'all don't want me to go into that dark space, because I love being a dark angel. You know what I'm saying? I don't mind that. Then y'all gonna have to keep me accountable. Y'all gonna have to keep me accountable. Because I can ignore the little pot shots and all of that other type of stuff. I ain't tripping off of that, none of that. But if I see an opportunity to be able to really, really dig into somebody and we can go into that dark space, I don't mind doing that either. So it's up to y'all how y'all want to play this.
Hey, Anton, two things can be true at the same time, right, boss?
What's that?
You can do them, have fun with them. It depends on what side of the bed you wake up on. Matter of fact, just put your bed right in the middle of your bedroom, and you can just pick a side.
It's up to y'all what y'all. Q don't want me to go there. Q just like, yo, just chill. And I don't know. I try to listen to my people as much as possible, but Q don't listen to me when I tell her that she's supposed to be doing certain things either. So,
Hey, Q can't say that. She just doxed Jay Prince on Fight Club. So she can't say shit.
Well, there's history there between me and that fella. That's a little different.
Yeah, but you know what? Until I see it, as far as the whole Pearly thing, I'm not gonna have an opinion on it because I know that her and my interactions personally has been really great, and so when we linked up in real life, you know what I'm saying? We connected for multiple different days down in not Atlanta, Miami. We linked up for multiple different days down there in Miami, and we was kicking it and doing our thing. When we talk on the phone and all of that other type of stuff, she don't do nothing but give me the game. She give me the game on how it is that I can leverage this or what she was able to do with that and so on and so forth. So my experience with her, I'm nobody's tool, and I'm never gonna let somebody sway me to feel a certain type of way about them because their experience is like this with her. My experience with her has been nothing but positive. So until I see something different, until people show me something different, and I'm gonna have to check my email.
Yeah, but see, this is the
That's all
thing.
I can
I
go.
ain't
That's
got
all
no
I can
smoke.
go off of. If somebody told me that Logic is a piece of shit and all this other type of stuff, people tell me a lot of stuff, right? About Charleston, for example. But yeah, I met his mother. I know his real story. I know who he is in real life. I know who Q is in real life. I know who Logic is in real life. So I'm not gonna go by what other people feel about them. I'm gonna go by what my experience is with them, and then I'm gonna take into account and take into consideration whatever information is sent to me about it, and then I'll make an assessment. But I'm not jumping the gun just because it's the popular topic right now. I'm not. I would never throw.
But Anton,
Uh, go
how
ahead,
you
brother.
feel about for real? Let's be honest here. I know
About
that's your
who?
man's. But how you feel about what Charleston said the last time? Because it was wild.
What did he say the
I'm
last
not.
time?
He talking about the Asian people talking about
I don't
some.
know.
Yo, he wilded out. I'm not gonna. You don't have to speak
Be
on it, but I'll
specific. Be
speak on it.
specific. What do I feel about what?
He said something along the lines that all Asian women should get raped. He said a lot of messed up things, and that's one of the things where I looked at it. I was like, I would understand if you continue to give him a platform because, Charleston be really spitting some facts. Like I really like, but sometimes, that character that he plays, you have to question like, does it go too far sometimes? It's like that's what you
But
saying.
you just said it. You said that character that he plays, right?
That character that he plays. Now the question is, the character, does it sometimes override your morale, and you just play that character, you just spewing out this shit and this venom into the world, and it's like I feel you, it's a character, 100%, but damn, that's all I gotta say about that. Goddamn.
Logic say some
But see,
crazy
I think he
shit.
used.
Logic say some crazy
Yeah,
shit all the time too. But I know who Logic. Logic ain't never did some of the crazy shit that he say sometimes. That's just the way that he feel. Let me ask you a question. Is every thought that you have the way that you feel? Do you think that the general public would agree with it?
Hey,
Yeah,
Anton.
I agree with
Hey,
I'm
Anton.
just saying, like, listen, I don't think that it's a bad thing to hate. I don't.
Me?
I hate pedophiles. I ain't never gonna do nothing to them specifically unless I see that they in a position to actually hurt somebody, right? Because I'm not gonna do, I feel a lot of different ways about a lot of different things and a lot of different people, right? I can feel however I want to feel about something, but it doesn't necessarily mean that translates in me doing anything to them. And so we've gotten to this culture to where people can't even say whatever it is that they want to say without us truly trying to understand the context behind what's being said.
That's
Right?
because
So because I have conversations with them in real life, see, y'all only get what it is that he say to the general public. I know what he really saying behind the scenes because I talk to him almost every single day. So I know what his intentions are. I know what it is that he do in real life. I know how he's doing for his community and so on and so forth. So I'm not going to let the mob determine how it is that I rock with somebody in real life. I just got done kicking it with his mother. I was
Anton.
hugging on his mama and kicking it with his brother and all of this other stuff. Listen, man, I don't
Hey,
move
Anton.
with the mob mentality. I'm true to the people that I rock with. And any conversation that I have with them about a disagreement, because I don't mean that we agree on everything either. But if I have a disagreement with him and I got the same energy that Logic tried to hold me accountable for last year when it was me and Six the Goddess, right? I never came.
Oh shit.
No. Be for real though, Logic. Regardless of whether you agree with it, I've been consistent.
Hey,
I've been consistent. And if I have a problem with somebody that I know in real life, that I got their phone number or that I can pull up on them, I talk to them about it in real life. That's not for everybody else to know.
But see, that what it said. Like when you told me that, right? When you said the concept that everything ain't for YouTube, you handle your situations the way you handle your situations. I fell back with it. You know what I'm saying? I ain't had anything to say about it. You know what I'm saying? I was just out. That situation I was bringing to the light. Same situation that this. I'm not asking you to sit here and say, "Hey, just Pearly, you this, or you talk bad about her, right?" First off, I try to identify what happened, and I'm giving you my perspective of what happened. My perspective of what happened, it brought me to the realization that everything we're talking about men issues. And to me, it brought it to the light that it's easy for us as men, first of all, to allow what our experiences to be hijacked, that women don't go through our experiences, right? So like all these women can get on these panels and say, yes, I understand. Hold on. No. You can't go through what we go through, right? You can always turn to my body, my choice, right? So even though, but see, for men, we go through certain things that now is becoming popular on YouTube, and now it's becoming monetary gain for women to see and talk about these things and agree about these points. So now it's making me look in a different light to say, because I kind of felt that way about the women. But now when this just Pearly shit had sprung out,
But
it
I'm
kind of
not going to say any. Listen, like I said, my experience with Pearl, and I'm not even familiar with what happened. My experience with Pearl has never been nothing but love, right? I can't control what somebody else's experience with her is, right? I can call her up. If I hit her up and I say, hey, I need you to do this, that, and so, she'd be like, I bet, right? And so until I have a different experience, if I have a problem with her because I know her in real life, I will call her, right?
But see, this is what I'm saying to you.
But here's the other part of it. Here's the other part of it. If people don't like what it is that what she stands for, or they don't like it,
change the channel.
A, you can change the channel, or B, you can compete.
That's true too.
You can compete.
No.
Compete.
But I think you missing my point. What I'm saying, right? I don't have a problem with
No, not you.
Pearly.
I'm not talking about you.
Okay.
I'm saying in general, if people don't like it, then they don't have to watch it, A, or B, compete.
What my thing is, though, Anton, is that people are forgetting that it's 2023 and perception is the rule now. So you're not responsible for the content and the character of what you're putting out there, because people are going to choose to perceive it the way they want to and then weigh in on it without them understanding that their friends ain't your friends. So it doesn't matter.
Here's my thing. I don't believe in canceling anybody.
Me either.
I don't believe that Andrew Tate should be canceled. I don't believe that Tommy Sotomayor should be canceled. I don't believe that Hassan Campbell should be canceled. I don't believe that anybody should be canceled. I think that people should be able to make the decision themselves as to who they want to watch and who they don't want to watch. I hate cancel culture. So I'm not going to be a hypocrite on the other side, in which I don't know what was said yet until I see it. I'm not going to be a hypocrite on the other side and say, yeah, well, I don't like her, get rid of her. Because that's the same thing that we say that we don't want done to us. So if you don't like it, fuck the bullshit, compete. Show the fuck up, outstream it, out-strategize, mobilize your people, mobilize your community. Because listen, let me tell you something. The one thing that I know for sure, I'm going to drop you down, Cousin Joey real quick, because I want to get somebody else up here real quick. No, Q, be quiet, you stay there. The one thing that I know for sure is that me, as a content creator, don't control anything that anybody else does. Right? Meaning that,
So,
shout out to Lil Black Book.
hell no.
Meaning that,
I'm gone. I'll
y'all,
see you later, man.
no, don't you go nowhere, Logic. Meaning
This
that
nigga here.
it's the people, it's the audience members. Y'all are the ones that give the views. Y'all are the ones that determine the course of action. Y'all are the ones that's determining what you can and can't watch. It's y'all. Y'all are the ones that determine whether or not you want to watch this show or not.
But this is the point, right? I never said cancel. I don't think you should cancel just Pearly for how she feels. I don't say you should cancel just Pearly for what she believes in, right? All I'm saying is this: maybe you need to pay attention to it, because I'm saying, as I know this, black people is easy to infiltrate. 1, 2, black men are equally easy to infiltrate because we look for validation. That's why you can get all these bitches with titties and Fantasy Island girl, I'm calling you out. You know what I'm saying? She know what the fuck she doing. She come up down with her titties out. She know it's easy to infiltrate these niggas. And now she can start a live stream. She can do this. She can show a nigga little legs. She can say the exact same thing that Anton said.
But it's not. But Logic. The one pushback I got for you is it infiltration? If no. And to infiltrate Logic is to do something secretly, right? It ain't no secret how she moving.
No. See, you gotta let me finish.
Y'all see it. Listen, her shirt is like this. Her shirt is like this.
Hold on. You gotta let me finish.
This is how her shirt is.
See,
No, do the other button too.
Wait. This is why I said
this is how her shirt is every day.
Yeah, her titty out. The bitch be looking good too. I'm gonna say that. But this is why I said is no, but see, I'm gonna keep it a beat.
Yeah, but she's like, yeah, we look good.
But this is why I say it's infiltrating, right? Because she do not share the same experience as the man. Until she get up and she stand up and she pull out her dick and she show me some logic of dick, then I can say, okay, I'm gonna listen to your asshole. But see, that's the thing. And then now we have, like I said, black men allow everybody to infiltrate what they go through. She would never understand what black men go through. So now, in the same token, and I don't even like to play that pro-black, all that bullshit, just Pearly would never understand the concepts of what black relationships is going through.
But so I gotta shoot Pearly some. I gotta shoot her some bail. I gotta say it. You know why I gotta say it? Logic.
Why?
Because the things that's being talked about in the black manosphere didn't even start with black people. These were issues that were first brought up by white men. The whole red pill movement was a white man issue. That wasn't a black man issue. That's the truth. If you go and watch the movie, those are white men up there complaining about what it is that their women are taking them through as far as feminism and family court and all of this other type of stuff.
Look, when I tell you this, right? And I did the research. Look, we can go head to head on this. Cause I got notes on this, nigga. I got notes on this. When you started actually going through it and looking at it, look, the white man fight against women is different from the black man. See, look, black men, we don't hate our women. We just, look, y'all hoes just leverage the guy. That's why I said, hey, bitch, shut the fuck up and listen to what I'm saying. We have different fights. So that's why you have these two communities, the white manosphere and the black manosphere, is totally different because black men have different problems than white men have different problems. It's a totally different fight, right? And then, yeah, you can combine forces or whatever, but at the end of the day, just like Adam 22, he gonna get what he want from you. He gonna talk about rap and hip hop, and then next thing you know, his first chance he gonna get Nick Fuentes, which, like I said, I have no problem with.
Well, then if y'all don't like him, y'all gotta stop watching him.
Exactly.
Look,
a lot of
I
people
ain't telling nobody to do shit.
Watching the show.
Listen. I went over to Lil Black Book's panel the other day. I said one thing in the chat.
I don't trust none of them foreigners.
I said one.
Look, I got a whole hotel full of foreigners. Hey, black book nigga, you speak like these other motherfuckers here. And I'm gonna tell them, give me a bill. Hey, can I get another beer? Thank you.
I went over the Little Black Books panel. I just typed in the chat. They was on me. They was on me. But here's the caveat to that though, right? I knew what came along with it when I went over there. I'm not deceived. Like, I'm not confused. I know why they saying what they saying. You know what I'm saying? I'm not looking at it like that. I made the decision to intentionally participate over there on that platform because I like Little Black Book, right? And so my point is that when I look at a Vlad TV, right, or I look at something like that, I look at that and I say, let me learn from him instead of getting mad at him and then figure out how I compete against him. That's just my mentality. I don't give a fuck about what Vlad is doing. The only reason I care about what Vlad is doing so I can actually learn about what it is that he's doing, take the blueprint, hopefully improve on it, and then compete against him. I don't want to cancel Vlad. I just want to take his audience. And you know what else? You know what else you see while we sitting here complaining about Vlad? Ain't now black artists stop going on his platform. Not one. Boosie on his platform every day. Tony Yayo on his platform every day, right? I just seen Roland Martin, supposed to be one of the blackest people. I heard he fucking did a Vlad TV interview the other day. All of y'all leaders and everybody that y'all fuck with and that y'all support is the ones that's actually providing the content for him to put out on a regular basis. So if y'all gonna complain, keep it fair across the board. Yo, listen. You can't sit here and whine about a problem that you're creating. If you don't like it, then don't watch. If you don't like it, then hold your artists accountable that's going on the platforms and giving them all of this other type of shit. You can't get mad at the dude for saying, okay, fuck that. I'm about to get this money. What are you supposed to do? Not compete? Vlad is out here competing. Adam 22 is out here competing. And everybody else is out here competing. They're not worried about what you think. They getting this money. And so while y'all out here waiting on them to give y'all something, which is the same thing that we doing with reparations, the same thing that we doing with these politicians, and the same thing that we doing in every other facet of life, y'all want them to create a job for y'all, diversity, equity, and inclusion. They saying fuck that. We fighting, we competing, and we going in. They not turning down one bag. Boosie and them not turning down one bag. None of them is turning it down one bag. And so you know what I do? I figure out how to compete more effectively. Listen. I know he got the bigger platform, but I'm going to treat you better. I'm going to create a relationship with you. I'm going to put you in a top 5-star hotels. I'm going to give you the suites. I'm going to give you a driver. I'm going to make sure you're taken care of. Like, I'm going to figure out how to compete. You don't hear me sitting here complaining about Vlad. You ain't heard me ever say nothing about Adam 22. I'm out here to grind and take a portion of their audience. And all of y'all leaders is going to still continue to show up on their platform. Roland Martin, all of the people that y'all, that champ. Yo, I've seen Umar Johnson on Vlad. He's supposed to be the blackest person. Think about that for a minute. No, man, listen. I'm tired of these hypocrites, yo. See, one thing about me, I'm not going to say that I don't fuck with somebody that I fuck with, right? I'm not going to divest myself from something and be a hypocrite about it. Umar Johnson has been on Vlad multiple times. Brother Polite, Roland Martin, Boosie, all of these so-called advocates for the black community and all of this other shit, they all own the platform that they say that these people is infiltrating. I'm not buying it, bro. I'm not buying it. Say it, it's silly.
See, I don't disagree with what you're saying, but like I said, just let's think about it, right? I'm gonna throw the just Pearly out, right? And I'm gonna use an imaginary figure, right? Just say white woman A take an interest into black relationships, right? Think about it. What's her interest in black relationships besides monetary gain?
I don't know. What? Okay, so no. Let's assume that it's monetary gain. Now, what's wrong with that?
What? like I said, if it's monetary gain, then I'm not, like I said, I'm not. Thank you, baby. Look at that good German bill, baby. Hey, look.
That looks good.
Hey, for you niggas who never been outside of America, you better go get some good shit. But look, look, this is the thing. I'm not a hater. But what I'm saying is that when you get on these panels and you talk about something like you really give a fuck, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then, because I had to check myself, because I had to say, you know what? And I don't even like it because I believe everybody have a voice. Somebody come on Fight Club, somebody call somebody a racial slur. I'm the first one to say, hey, nah, don't do that. But now I'm thinking about it. I'm saying, okay, you and my relationships are different. What is your interest in black relationships if it's not monetary gain? If it's monetary gain, just say, hey, look, you know what? I'm here for the bag. Blase, you do it.
Why would they say that? Why would they say that though?
Because now I think if they look, because I think intentions matter. So like when I look at it, I said to myself, you don't understand, you're not in it, you'll never be in it. Obviously, I think I'm dumb for not knowing that. But I'm like this. It's like, why are you using black relationship pain as a way for you to gain popularity,
But logic,
subscribers, and monetary gain?
I want to get Lil Black Book's opinion, but then you know why it's hypocritical, logic? Not from what you're saying, but just in general. Because y'all date white women. Not you.
Say it again.
They date white women.
And they do compare black women to white women on YouTube.
They date white women. Y'all will fuck on them. Y'all will have a family with them. What's the difference?
I definitely want to have a.
But
what's the difference?
It's a difference because the thing is the topic they talk about on these panels is not revolved around interracial relationships. It revolves around black men and black women relationships. Am I wrong or am I right?
No, you're wrong.
You're wrong.
No, I ain't talking about no passport, bros. That's something separate. These dick and pussy conversations is revolve around black men and black women.
You're wrong.
That's it. That's all the content. Hey, this black bitch went upside this nigga head, or this black bitch put this nigga on child support, or this black nigga went nuclear on this hole, or he had 7 baby mamas. That 7 baby mama nigga, was he interracial? No. He got 7 baby mamas allegedly by 7 black women.
No, that's false logic. Logic. He never said it was by black women, and he's Houston, and Houston is very diverse.
Yeah, he didn't say that. He didn't say that.
Yeah, he wasn't just fucking on black
women. We know. Look, we know that the only women that'll let you fuck on them, the only women that'll let you fuck on them, like that, everything he said, we know them black women.
Really not you.
But no. But I get. Hold on. Go ahead, Q. Go ahead, Q.
Come here to a lot of Mexicans that are baby mamas. So I know he was dipping in the Mexican pine and all that. So you can't just say that in Houston.
I guess my thing. Well, hold on. Let me get a little Black Book. What's your thoughts, bro?
Hey, shout out to you, Anton. Thank you as well. And shout out for coming on the panel, coming on our channel the other week. I think I got a few points. I had to write it down, right? First and foremost, I think we're talking about who can exploit the black community the best. And Just Pearl has proved that as a white woman, she's exploited the black community better than the black men can exploit the black community, or the black women could, right? Because she's exploiting. That's what it is. She's commercialized black pain just like they did in your rap and hip hop culture back in the day. It's a commercialized game, right? That's all she's done. She's exploiting. Now, I did a video some months back. I said, when Kevin Samuel passed, I said, who would be your king? You got a queen, a white queen at that, because she literally made rounds. She made rounds around all the Black Manosphere people and is still doing so, collecting them like infinity stones. And she's managed to infiltrate the community and have her way in the community. And the reason why she's able to do that is because the reality is a lot of people are followers within the Black community. So much so they're willing to submit themselves to this particular woman who's actually exploiting them, and they can't say anything but get excited. Now, this is what happens when your community is, in this particular instance, I'm talking about the Black manosphere side, is fueled by hate, because you came to a common denominator. Your common denominator of enemy was a Black woman. So you could easily unify with a white woman to now start hating on the Black woman. I'm not saying whether you agree or whether you like or not, it's up to you. But that was the reason why Black men got behind Just Her, because she calling out Black quote unquote modern women. And so you realize people
Well,
sold
no.
themselves.
To be fair, she's calling out. I've seen her hold white women. I've seen her hold a lot of different women accountable. But go ahead.
It's not true. It's just not.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying she's not a whole white woman accountable, but who's on her panels?
White women, Black women, all women.
It's not this. No, the majority of it is Black people on her panels. So we're not talking about white relationships. Oftentimes, we're talking about Black people relationships, because majority of her panelists are Black. Listen, she just did a meetup. She just did a meetup in UK, and the entire people that came to the meetup are Black.
You said she hit. You said she hit you up. You said she hit you up.
No. She did a link up. She posted a picture as well of the link up. The people that actually came to link up are Blackity Black. Okay, they're Black Londoners. Okay, there wasn't many white folk in there. The majority
Okay,
of it,
so but wait. But
is
that not a choice?
I'm not saying it's not a choice. What I'm saying is she isn't. Listen, first and foremost, I think a lot of the spaces on YouTube are about exploitation. I'm saying that she has perfected her exploitation like it's a plantation field, because she knows
I don't look
exactly
at it
how
like
to play
that
the
though.
game.
I could be wrong, but I don't look at it like that. Because honestly, I see her honestly, and you know what I think that she does really well that most people don't do is she networks her ass off and she outworks everybody else. When we were in Miami, she was going show to show, grind to grind, person to person, valuetainment, everywhere. She was all over the fucking place. I mean, she probably did like 5 or 6 shows per day, every single day, right? And then she reaches out to people and she connects with them and all of that. What I see other content creators doing, you know what they tried to do with me and Angry Man when I first met Angry Man? They tried to pit us against each other. And I said, yo, Angry Man, we don't even have any reason to beef with each other. Let's connect with each other. Matter of fact, I'm gonna send you a plane ticket, first class, come to Detroit. Let me show you a good time. We're gonna sit courtside and have a great time, right? And so instead of us connecting and networking and working our ass off and competing, we just complain about other people that's doing it more effectively than us. And so I don't see it as the same way that y'all see it. I just think that I don't think that most people have learned what the name of the game is.
But
I
see,
really don't.
that's a different argument what you're making, Anton. We're not talking about our work ethic. All right. We're talking about
How
motivation.
not?
But no, what I'm saying is when you look, check this out. I fell victim to it too. Because when I look at it, I said to myself, I'm not looking at race, I'm not looking at sex, I'm having a conversation, right? But it never dawned on me to ask myself, what is your motives behind the points that you're making? I see. Look, I had a whole conversation with this chick on Lapeef, right? And in
Right.
probably about
Hold on, Logic. Give me 1 second. Hey, our pain. I got to drop you down for 1 second, okay?
Oh, okay, yeah.
I'll try to get you back
Okay.
shortly.
I'm about to go back to
But my
sleep.
point I was making is that
Okay, I
look,
got you.
this is not about like the talking points. What she stated on Lapeef, I agree with her, right? 100%. But I never, not once, asked myself, what's her motive behind this? Like, obviously, she's not going through what I'm going through, and it never dawned on me to ask her these questions. So,
Mm-hmm.
because in my opinion, in my mind, I was focused on the discussion, the topic, let's talk about it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now I'm looking at it and I'm saying different things, and I'm trying to say, damn, what was your motive? You don't go through what Mr. Elijah go through, what the nigga from UK go through. Sway, you kind of mix. You and B Taylor, I don't know what y'all go through, but to me, intentions matter. And I say we don't know her intentions. So now the thing is, if her intentions is to exploit black play, black fucked up relationships, hey, she proved she done that in
I
the
don't
past.
see it that way. Listen, Logic. You know how hard it is to get each other together to work with each other? I'm gonna be honest with you. You know how hard it is for me to get B Taylor here in Detroit? Have y'all listen. I would never tell y'all the conversations that me and B Taylor is having offline. But B Taylor could quite possibly be the hardest person to ever get over here in Detroit.
But look, B Taylor blocked me because of Jess Pearly.
No, I did not. No,
Yes, you
I blocked
did.
you for a
Hey, look,
different
no.
reason.
All right, well, look,
I
this is the
blocked
thing.
you, Logic, for a different reason. You was bullying. You was trying to get people to attack my
I keep this
character.
on Jess
You were
Pearly.
doing way
Get off
too
of me.
much.
I'm just saying. Look, but the thing is that I don't know. B Taylor, because that's our first interaction we had with the Jess Pearly situation. Now, when you're talking about the
Mr.
points that Jess
Pearly?
Pearly,
Yeah.
the points that Jess Pearly made, I literally agree with Jess Pearly. But I never asked myself, what is this motherfucker's motive for coming at? It's like it never approached me.
This is this is the contradiction with y'all because months ago I got fucking annihilated on the internet and called the racist and everything else because of this woman because I saw her true colors. At the end of the day, like, I may talk my mess, but I love black men. I love my people. I want black love first. Even though I tell women, like, if it's not working, go somewhere else. But first, I want our community. Like, when I came into this space, it was with pure intentions of, like, hearing each other out. I may not like what a lot of the men say because it hurts to hear, but a lot of y'all don't like what I have to say because it hurts to hear, but it's like it needs to be said. So when I came into these spaces, it's with genuine intentions. And like the one problem, I have my problems with Kevin Samuels, but the one thing that I respect is that he was a black man that wanted better for our community. Even though some of it was a money grab, at the end of the day, I'd rather see a black man in that space than a woman like Pearly, where I saw her, and this is before she even blew up. I think she didn't even have like that many subscribers, and YouTube kept pushing her into my algorithm. So I watched a few of her videos in the beginning before y'all even knew who this woman was, and I was like, wait a second. I called cap from the beginning that it was a money grab for her, especially when Kevin Samuels passed away. She saw an opportunity to make money, and I said it best: the manosphere is OnlyFans for black men.
So
And
y'all, wait. Y'all don't think that y'all being biased
Based on what?
no, wait. Let
based
me
off of
just
the
say
fact
this.
that
Let me
she a
just
white
say this.
woman?
I
No,
tried to
no, no.
call it out.
Wait. Hey,
No,
B
no,
Taylor, B Taylor.
wait. Let me
Wait. B
wait.
Taylor.
Let me
Calculate
finish
it.
this point.
Calculate it first, baby.
I just want to finish this point. When I said on that panel, when I tried to challenge her and said, what is your intentions when you bring on city girls to your page? And most of the women were labeled by their race. She says it's for entertainment. No one bats an eyelash, but when she plainly goes too far and really tell y'all how she feel about y'all and how she feel about black people, now it's oh. But I'm sorry, y'all came for me really hard when I tried to point that out.
But hold on,
That's a lot.
wait. You know what the problem with this is though?
What?
Because I think it is because she white. I think that's the only reason. And the reason that I say that is because we love and support Fresh and Fit when they do it.
Do
I
what?
don't.
Well, you don't, Lil Black Book, but in general, we love and support Fresh and Fit when they bring up city girls and OnlyFans chick. We don't hold them accountable for it. We say rah rah. But if Pearl
No.
do it, then it's only because of the hue
Okay,
of her
Anton,
skin.
this the point
And
what I'm
that's
trying
the
to make
point.
right.
Oh,
Watch
they're
this.
not
Hold
in
up.
trouble
Wait,
when they
B
talk
Taylor.
about black women.
Hold
They
up, B Taylor.
definitely got
B Taylor. B Taylor. Hold on. This the point, Anton. I'm in Germany right now, right?
Mm-hmm.
Imagine me going and I'm talking to the Germans and I'm talking to them about they politicians, right? They politicians don't affect me. The first thing that these Germans gonna say to me is what? These don't affect you. You're not actually a citizen of Germany. How is this relevant to you? What are your intentions, right? Look, and I said, and I'm gonna give it to you. I didn't even look at it. I didn't even think about it. I was discussing the topic at hand. So now,
If she wasn't white, y'all wouldn't have no problem with it. Go ahead,
I
Sway. Hold
agree.
on. I want to
But
hear what
what?
Sway. I
Okay,
want to hear what Sway got to say
wait,
real
but
quick.
because she's not, because she's white, right? What are your intentions when you talk about our issues with our women and our men? What is your intentions? And she is one of the biggest. There are women like Six the Goddess and other black women who hold office
Who I have brought here, and have I not? Have I not? Have I not
no,
brought Six here? Listen, Six sat right here, literally right here.
no, you can't look. You can't pin Anton down with this situation because he's pretty much a free market. This is
but I
not
no,
about. No, this is
it's
not
not even
about.
about
Wait.
it's not
Not
about
only have I
Anton
brought
Black.
Six the Goddess here, I
You
brought
brought
Crimson.
Crimson Cure.
I brought Crimson Cure here. Right? People that I agree with or don't agree with, and they look
I
like
like
me.
her.
B. Taylor, her plane ticket is waiting on her. I'm just waiting on her to hit the button in her email. I live
No,
it. No, but hold on, wait. That's the
Anton
difference is that
about
I bring people together. I spend my own money to bring people together, to connect people, to work with different people, so on and so forth. The Angry Man, the one thing that Angry Man said, he said, yo, Anton, it's hard to be able to connect with people. And he said this literally in my studio just the other day. He said it's hard to be able to connect with people. He said, you the only person that was willing to rock out with me in person and work with me. That's what
Angry,
Angry Man said.
no,
So
Angry Man, a damn. Hey, he a damn lie. I
no, no, no,
invited
no,
him
no,
to
no, no,
the.
no, no. I'm talking
No,
about
I invited. Hey, no, I know.
no
Angry Man, a
logic,
damn
logic.
lie. Wait,
And you got to remember,
what?
Angry Man has been rocking out since
I know he been
2015,
rocking out for a
16.
long time, but I because I knew who Angry Man was, I invited Angry Man to the. I told him I would pay for everything for him to come to the Atlanta live show. So Angry Man full of shit. You tell him I said it. Angry Man full of fucking shit.
He
So
not.
now but on that point, because I like I said, I saw him go through these things. So now because I knew him, I try to correct it. Like I'm gonna tell you, you should try to get Tommy Sotomayor do a one-on-one with Tommy. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna say it because they are the people, you know what I'm saying, who brought this to the internet. Like I said, now we at the point that women hijacked it, first of all. So now we're not gonna go into the women thing. Now what we're seeing it's beneficial monetarily to other races to hijack black relationship problems. So now,
exactly.
I look, trust me, and I'm telling you, I
Sway
was
you up next,
wrong.
big dog.
No, listen what I'm saying. Anton, I'm telling you, I was wrong. When in the midst of the conversation, and I told B Teller this, all I did was I said I focused on the conversation. I never once questioned just Pearly about her intentions. Was she here to gain the audience, monetary gain? I didn't do that. I focused on the point. But now I'm seeing it differently now. I'm like, what are
So,
your interests
so that
in
you
black
owe me.
relationship pain?
That means you owe me an apology because when I tried to do it,
Hey, how about you unblock me? You unblock me and I give you an apology. How about that?
I I didn't block you.
You're a damn
I
lie.
blocked you.
You're a damn lie, B Teller, but go ahead. Continue.
I'll unblock you. I just want to hear an apology
Now, I said
publicly.
unblock me first, then you'll get an apology.
No, no, you're not blocked. You have my phone number. You're not
Cool.
blocked.
All right,
You're
look,
blocked
you
on.
you talking too much on YouTube. I don't got her phone number.
Yo, Sway, let me hear what you got to say, Sway.
What's going on, Ton?
What up, though,
I'm
big
feeling
dog?
good, so I just don't have the energy to overtalk people today. But I was discussing this on
Israel panel and AM because they were coming at AM for the potential of going on her show, and I just don't understand. Like niggas is too much in their ego or something because I don't see it as any different as you going on Dr. Phil's show. Like I really don't. If you're using a platform that's going to exist with or without you to expand and build your audience and your platform, then do it. She's going to be popping with or without Anton going on there. She's going to be popping with or without Anger Man going over there. She's already built her audience. Y'all already invested into her. And I honestly think, really, y'all niggas is ungrateful. The fact that y'all have a platform that big where black men and women can speak their grievances out and try to get to a bigger audience of black men and women to have the conversation, I just feel like y'all being, ungrateful. Why? Because her name's titled on the channel? Then start your own fucking channel. But at that point, y'all can't complain. Y'all the ones investing into her. Y'all go on her show every day. Nobody tells y'all to wake up and go on her show. Y'all could easily start your own show and then just branch out and say, fuck her. But y'all not doing that.
Go ahead, little black book.
So just to add as well into the situation, what I see with the situation is that I do understand what you're saying about that she's gonna be popping, and I agree she will be popping regardless. The problem we have that she's popping is that just like I have a problem with Fresh and Fit and some other channels as well who do it, is that there's a false representation that's used to bring an imagery to the black community. Like I always say to you, Anton, if we're focused on building the black community, bullshit like this, excuse my French, is the kind of stuff we should be canceling or at least talking against because it doesn't help our community. Like what she does doesn't help our community because it's a false representation, right? There's a false representation. One, I find it infuriating when we consistently, and this is, I have a problem with not just her particular style of doing work, it's the audience too. The lack of intellectualism is what's the problem here. It's killing a lot of black people. Because if I watch, when I start watching her show, it's the same rhetoric I hear over and over and over again without any real deep thought, and it promotes a particular style of thinking. And then I'm like, okay, but the reason why people are supporting this, like I said, all it ever did was make the black man in association with Just Paul linking up with a white woman to hate on black modern women. That's all it did. That's all it did for you. It's not entertainment at that point. At that point, it becomes warfare. And what we don't realize is by not saying something about it, right, is that it automatically starts putting a rhetoric, not only in black males' minds, but also our white counterparts too, going, I guess they're back on that coonery again.
The problem with that little black book is that our actions is completely different than what the things that we say, right? So, for example, let's say hypothetically we say, okay, well, let's hold Pearl accountable for getting money and growing her platform really big or whatever, right? Cool, we can do that. But it's funny because we talk about all of these people, right? We talk about the Angry Man's has been around since, 2016, 17 or whatever, right? We talk about all of these different people. Ironically enough, I would say that I'm probably one of the smallest of all of the content creators that's technically supposed to be big, right? And I've been around longer than everybody. I've been around longer than all of these people, right? Now, what am I saying? I'm basically saying that the way that you actually show that you want to voice your concern is to support the platforms and the people that you supposedly be rocking with, right? And the thing that I'm trying to understand is if all of the people that's complaining about her is actually rocking with her and subscribe to her and looking at all of her content, how can we really hold her accountable if they're the ones that's watching? Like, what is Sanity Thing doing instead of the people that we actually rock with, look at, subscribe to? Yo, listen, y'all will fly out and go and kick it with other people on their panels, and y'all will spend y'all own money to do it. I be trying to bring y'all together by spending my money to do it, and y'all motherfuckers still be giving me problems.
But see, Anton, this is the thing I think you're not
understanding. No. Think about that for a minute.
But no,
I treat y'all.
Wait.
I treat y'all like gods.
Wait.
I have y'all the best suites. Don't know. Can't nobody say that they ain't never flew first class as a result of it. Can't nobody say that I don't make sure that they can't spend. I didn't let Crimson Cure spend $1. I didn't let I
Because
didn't
you're
let
white,
Six
would it
Guy
depend?
spend $1.
But
I didn't let
Anton,
Angry Man spend $1. Angry Man, you know where me and Angry Man sit? We sit right next to the Pistons bench on the floor, listening to these motherfuckers. I treat y'all like gold. Y'all will spend your own money to go and support other people, but then I spend my money to support y'all, give y'all more visibility, take care of y'all, make sure that y'all eat, fly good, back and forth. And y'all got a completely different mentality as to how it is that y'all treat me. So
Hey,
at
but
the
Anton,
same
this is the
time, so hold
point
on.
though.
You're putting the point, Anton.
So at the same time, do we hold her accountable or do we hold us accountable?
Okay, this
Both.
is
You're proving the point,
hold,
Anton.
hold up, little book,
Because if he
wait.
was
I'm
white,
just
if he was a white male, you might have been able to do this. This is the point we're proving. I'm saying about the community needs intellectualism because we are stuck in slavery mindset still. If you had been a white male, Anton, and you saying you wanted to connect people, I can guarantee you probably had a better job at doing it. The reason being, again, is because the majority of the community lacks intellect. And this is the problem. They can't reason and critically think. So they end up being followers. Logic don't like me because he can't think like me. He only hates people. He can't think like me. He has a problem with me. I don't understand why.
Listen,
But it's because of
I
lack of
think no, regardless of
intellectual.
whether I agree with you or disagree with you, me and B Taylor think differently about a lot of different things. But the one thing B Taylor ain't gonna tell you is that, or not that she ain't gonna tell you, but the one thing that she can't say is that I don't have the same sweet first class flight and everything waiting for her that I got for the people that supposedly I agree with.
But see, this is the point,
I can't hear
Anton.
you,
Hold
B
on 1 minute.
Taylor.
Oh,
Hold
wait,
on, hold on, hold
hold
on.
on 1 minute, because I don't
I
know
can't.
what
Hold on, Logic.
Miss
Let me hear
German.
what she's saying.
Hey, no, can I speak on
Her
that?
internet worse than
Okay.
mine.
So I was definitely considering it, but it was the way you introduced it to like, because when we were on the Lapeef channel and you were like, well, I'm waiting on you to fly out. When I talked to like my family and friends about it, they Googled and YouTube like you and they saw that interaction and they immediately was like, no, we don't feel comfortable with you going because we don't want it to be like that, like, you know, some type of like, they just don't want me to get there and like they know me and they don't want me to come back disappointed with my interaction with you. So they don't know what type of answer.
And listen, that is fair. I'm not saying that you should or you shouldn't. My point is that people will go out of their way to go and rock out with somebody that they don't agree with that don't look like them. I'm using you as an example, right? In order to illustrate my point. People will go out of their way. They will use their own dime to go out and support people that they allegedly don't agree with, but then at the same time will be questioning, you know what I'm saying, whether or not they want to rock out with somebody that they're supposed to be allegedly on the same page with as far as what we doing and building, regardless of whether or not we agree with each other or not. That's the point that I'm making.
All right, so look, I'm gonna say this, because see, this is the point I think you're missing. Nobody, I'm not saying let's hold just Pearly accountable. That's not the point I'm trying to make. Like, I literally don't give a fuck about accountability, because what we gonna hold our internet accountable? Like, I don't care about that. The point that I'm is that I'm saying this was my flaw. I never asked myself this one important question that I do in my daily life. When I interact at work with people in real life, I ask myself, what is your intentions? I'm speaking for myself. I did not ask or even consider her intentions, because now I'm looking back at it now. I said, well, damn. Is she trying to cloud up? She trying to get money off the black back? Whatever. And see, and now, like I said, I'm not mad at her for whatever her answer is. But I'm saying, as black people, if we got it, like I said, it's infiltration on two different levels. These are black men issues with black women. Now
I
I'm
disagree, Logic. That's not true.
hold on. Wait, I know you disagree, but like I said, these are black men voicing their issues on black women about black relationship problems, right? So now when I look at that equation, black men, black women, black relationships, I don't see how you fit into this. But in the moment of the conversations, I look at it like this is just a conversation. I never looked at it, where do you have to fit in this? What is your intention for even talking about this? I never did it. If we was talking about political shit, then now she might have okay, well, everybody can understand political shit. but we're talking about dick and pussy conversations dealing with black men and women. That's it. Whether you agree or not, that's what it is. It's about black men and women. Most of the, I guarantee you, I go on a limb and say 95% of the Lapeef conversations is about the interaction between black men and women. Would you anybody disagree with that?
Now, I was told when I brought that up months ago, I was told it's not about black men, black women. And I said, regardless of whatever you think it is, that's not what is perceived to the audience. People come to the Lapeef and they see black men and they see black women on these panels and they're talking about their personal issues, their perspectives as black people. So you can't sit here and say it's not black issues when all you got is black people on the panel. And that
Well, I mean, I've been consistent, and I still don't think it is just a black-white thing.
Well, it's not a black or white thing, Anton, but the examples we use is problems that exist in the black men and black women dynamic.
And Asian men, and white men, and every other
Now,
man.
hey, show me one show
It's
where we was
Western
talking
culture.
about an Asian man.
It's Western culture. Well, I coach them all the time.
But
you
No,
two.
not your channel, not your channel. Show me one topic that JR brought up, and he got an Asian man with chopsticks talking about, hey, look, she ain't in the rice paddies.
No,
I
you
got an
know what?
issue
You
with
know
her.
what? You know what we do say,
No,
Logic?
wait, Anton. No, because what they talk about, he'll use these ghetto black bitches clips, where they're Blueface, Christiana, all that. We talk about black relationships. So, like I said, I'm taking accountability. I didn't ask nobody else. I said I didn't realize that. Now I'm looking at it now, and when I'm saying that, somebody like I say, you look at the evidence for yourself. You make your own assessment. I'm saying this. I said, man, our situation with black women is being infiltrated by black women. Two, black relationships, black men and women. Our situation is being infiltrated by other races. That's all I'm
Okay, so
saying.
let me ask you a question, Logic. What would you like to be talked about? By whom?
What's that?
What would you like to be talked about, and by whom?
What I like to talk about?
Mm-hmm. And
You
who
know
has
what I
the
like to
authority
talk
to be
about.
able to talk about it?
Well, put like this. If we talk about politics, right? Right? If we talk about politics, just use the example, right? The guy from overseas, you know what I'm talking about, right?
Hmm?
What interest do he have in U.S. politics? Just like I use me. I'm in Germany. I can't talk to these guys about German politics because
No.
they're
But logic. I get what you're saying. I'm saying, what do you want to talk about, and who do you think has the authority to do so?
it's not about having authority, Anton. Everybody has the freedom to do what they want to do. See, you trying to curve this on me. This is
No, I'm
not
trying to.
about.
No, listen. The one thing that I'm about this, right? The one thing about me is that, yep, I'm gonna let everybody get their rocks off to feel how they feel. I still feel how I feel. I don't think
Yeah.
that it's a problem with it personally, but that's just me personally, right? But here's the thing that I always come back to. So, what is y'all solution? Because we can sit in here and say, okay, cool. Listen, I don't like her, or you don't like her, or y'all can feel however y'all feel. But now I'm trying to understand, what do y'all want? Do you
All
only
right. This
want
is
this to be do you only want this to be a space that exists where only black men are the ones that have the platforms? Do you want the space to exist to where, other women can join in? What do y'all want this to look
no,
like? I'm curious.
I say
I
this
want
though. I
them
say
to
this.
follow
I say.
you in
I'm
your
gonna answer this
channel.
question.
You
I'm
do the
gonna
same
answer.
shit.
Hold up. I'm gonna ask you a question, Anton. Right
How you've been
now,
talking for
I'm
35
gonna ask you. What you say, Sway?
I said you've been talking for 35 minutes.
Well, motherfucker, he said logic. Is your
No, he
name
didn't. He
Logic?
said y'all. He said
He said
y'all. He said,
logic.
what
He
do
said
y'all?
logic.
He said,
He
what
was
do y'all
responding to
want
what
to
I
do?
said.
He said y'all.
Okay, Anton, was
Play
you
it
not
back.
responding to what I said?
Anybody can answer. I would like to hear
All
it
right,
from
go.
everybody.
Okay, he said anybody answer, so go ahead, Sway.
I want them to just follow Anton. Ain't Anton doing the same damn thing on his channel? Does he not have a live panel style with all black people discussing the shit that y'all want to talk about? The same shit that they discussing on Pearly's? And honestly, I don't understand why y'all so pressed on her, because outside her being white, all the talking points she say, y'all agree with for the most part. because she just agreeing with the same shit that y'all spew yourselves, talking about manosphere. All she does is spew manosphere talking points, and that comes from who? A man. So I don't understand. Outside her being white and her making money, like, then go support Anton. He a black man doing the same shit.
But see, you know what the difference is though, Sway? I don't want people to rock with me just because I'm black. I want people to rock with me because they find the content that I put out compelling and entertaining, and I can compete. So if I'm not competing, then I just want to make the adjustment, right? I'm not interested in stealing money. I want people to find the value that I give to be worthwhile, and then they, you know what I'm saying, they support it because of that. I don't want a handout.
But see, this is the point that I was finna make before Sway went, right? The difference
Which
between
is but logic, which is one of the reasons why I don't see a problem with how things are, because I think that the market is the market, and if you want to compete in the market, you make adjustments. You don't create a diversity, equity, and inclusion team. I'm not interested.
But this is the point though, right? The difference with you and everybody else on this panel is they got skin in the game. They got skin in the game. See, you have skin in the game. You're
Right.
black. You got black kids, you know what I'm saying? Or you got a black child, your family is black. All these situations that we're talking about directly influence you. You have skin in the game. That's why I put it to the political arena. I can't talk to people in Germany about politicians that I have no skin in the game with. They gonna look at me like I'm crazy, and they gonna ask me this one question off the rip. Okay, why do you care? Do you care because you're a naturally good person, or do you got a camera in our face and you're benefit off of it financially? And I think, to me, if we're talking about, and you use these words all the time, about being genuine, about being upfront, I think we started looking, what is your skin in the game in this situation? Is you coming in, and is you gonna just, you know what I'm saying, coming in because it's a hot situation, it's a hot topic, you're gonna come in and take money or do whatever you want to, you're gonna regurgitate these talking points. Like I said, I am the biggest one that I fell for it because I was focused on the conversation and was not focusing on, did these people have skin in the game? That's all I'm saying.
Say this because my phone's about to die and I gotta go.
Go
But
ahead,
I just
babe.
want to say that I had the word, and I've said it in the past with my problems with Pearly. I rather that money and opportunity that she's getting off of our dysfunction is going to our community and our pockets, and I would rather Anton profit, and because it's pure intentions there, not something for just exposure, and like she get to go take all this money, because watch, I said it she gonna take all this money she gonna make and go put it right back in her community, and she's probably gonna marry a man that don't look like half of the audience that be tuning in, and I'm gonna just say it like that, because a lot of the men be like, oh, she date us, she likes us, and watch, she's gonna end up dating the opposite, which is fine, it's her choice. But I'm just saying, she's made all this money off of these particular men, black men, and their cries and dysfunction. She's not, I mean, they say she's giving them jobs, right? But I just feel like y'all make your own platform and own money and
I
talk
don't think
about
nobody no content creator employ more black people than me. I don't feel like it's no content creator that employ more women, more
phone is
black
acting
men.
crappy, and I think I'm like,
No, it's cool. I don't think it's no content creator that put money in other content creator pockets and other black people pockets than me.
right. Now keep doing what you're doing. I'll talk to you later about everything, but I'm gonna hop off. It was nice. I just
Thanks
wanted
for
to join
coming
on this
through, baby
conversation.
girl.
All right, bye, y'all.
All right, bye.
Just to add as well, like for me personally, holding just per accountable, I find it interesting. The logic said he couldn't hold her accountable over the internet, but y'all be having panels for days about holding women accountable in general. So I don't know why you can't hold just per accountable. But that's another point. The main thing I want to focus on is the solutions that you were talking about on these panels, right?
He thought
So
he
I
was
think the
gonna get
first
that one off quick and then keep it going. But go ahead, I'm watching.
I'm gonna let him go.
But the great emphasis for me, the reason why I have a problem with Just Pulse, because I have a problem with any person whose rhetoric doesn't bring healing but brings division. I have a problem with that in general. So I will talk against it, whether she's Just Pearl, whether she's someone else. If I feel like the rhetoric doesn't heal. This is why I spoke against Kevin Samuels. If it doesn't heal, but rather brings more destruction to the community as bringing unity, then I will talk against it. That's the first
No,
thing.
you
Number
you
two,
are. I will give you that. You are consistent, and you are a man of your word when it comes to that. That's exactly how you operate. I will give you that.
I appreciate that. And then the
Yeah,
second
if
thing
I
is
could go real quick though, because I'm gonna go over to Trigger Mike Show after
Hold on.
y'all.
Let Little Black Book finish his point real quick.
let's go three more points. So the component about race is very important because there's the unique struggles that are within a particular race. So for her to come into a space to then begin to promote black men problems, first of all, is the Jared Jackson pandering situation all over again. And the reason why that becomes problematic is because going back to Logic's point, you don't give a heck. Let me tell you why she don't give a heck. I'll tell you why she don't give a heck. Because literally, what's below the surface is when I watch the business clip, there's a part where she says she's happy being a Karen. I said, what the frick are we talking about here? Karens
I
actually
heard that too.
are our lives. This ain't no little calling someone an N-word. Karens actually impact black men's lives and black women's lives. We've seen it so many times. So I can't even make a joke about that. You're problematic for that, right? And then the third one thing for me is that in order to fix the situation, we're going to have to upgrade the community when it comes to critical thinking, because it's a lack of critical thinking that we're here in the first place, because people blindly follow when they don't critically think about the information that is coming their way. My last point on this is she's a macro issue that leads to a macro issue. She's a micro one that leads to a macro, meaning that she's one person, but she represents a larger scale of exploitation that happens within our community, right? That when we allow certain people to come in, they begin to exploit us and we become the dancing monkey all over again. And that's the problem I have with this situation. Like if we're debating whether, someone else said some talking points, all right, cool, we can debate that. But when we have a race component, it adds an extra layer of an extra layer to the conversation to actually look at the history. We've been exploited in this way too many times, and we're getting exploited again, even on social media. So the game is still the game. And the reason why we should be talking about it is, number one, it doesn't heal the community. But number two, this is a white woman. And Anton, you've been complaining about her being able to bring black people together. The reason why she can do that is because she's white. That's the reason why she can do that. And because there are too many men who think of a white woman as a goddess.
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. What do you think about this picture that I have right up under me?
Oh, wait. Which one? Oh, what, one of Roland Martin?
Yeah, I think he on Vlad TV.
Just dropped 22 hours ago.
I don't even know that stuff.
I say this is the same thing. I think it's that what they doing is I don't know. Look, like I said, hey, you can try to flip this shit all you want to at times.
No, I'm asking. What do y'all think? Nobody is answering the question though.
But I think with you dealing with something like Roland Martin, I think he's dealing with political issues. I'm serious. I mean, you got to realize that. Look, whether you want to call Roland Martin or not, he's still a political commentary. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, come on, man.
I mean, he do commentary on political issues. So, but like I said, I don't know. I don't know. Look, I'm done with this situation. Niggas can do what they want to do.
My only difference with the Vlad situation and the Just Power is, first and foremost, my specification in area of expertise is relationships. So the music industry per se, that's not my thing. But it's the only difference I see between Vlad and Just Power that I would say is this. Number one, it is the message, right? If you go into Vlad, he's going to ask you questions about your situation or your career or whatever. That's you telling your particular situation. On Just Pearl, that is not necessarily them telling their particular situation. She narrates it in a particular way. And in the end, all that ever happens on the Just Pearl show, like I said, is dysfunction, disunity, and we look bad with a white woman in our space. That's what makes it look worse. And again, I'm saying I'm going on a macro level. So if you believe that Just Vlad is similar to Just Pearl, hold them accountable, bro. That's not my industry, so I don't know.
I don't
But
have
if
a.
you
Y'all
think,
the ones that's complaining about her. I don't have a problem with her.
yeah,
All right,
I said
Payne. What?
Yeah, let me, if I could jump in real quick. I mean, this is the most horse shit I've heard in a long time. Well, how could anybody infiltrate us? And we want to hold ourselves accountable. First of all, here's the thing. Just Pearly Thing gave platform to a lot of Black English people to talk about relationships in general. The fact that it's being morphed, the fact that Black people can't realize that our relationships are not just Black relationships, right? We don't get an opportunity to talk about relationships in general, right? Because there's a lot of similarities in the Western culture that impacts us, and we got to stop thinking we're separate from that shit, man. We're part of that, you know. So now, whether she wants to make money and all that shit, of course she wants to make money, but she didn't hide that shit. She hasn't hid it. She hasn't hid that. Now, I think one of the things we have this incessant inferiority complex that makes us overreact to every freaking thing that goes on out there. Listen, as far as somebody hijacking us women, Black women, just Pearly Things, or any other of the vultures in the manosphere, the one thing that we don't want to do is have a whole bunch of hard Johnsons sitting around a panel and making it in an echo chamber without people throwing in shit where we all talking the same bullshit. We got to hear people's views, whether they're plants, whether they're have good points or not, so we can bounce off of what we really should be doing against what we might face out there. If we don't ever hear it, all we're doing is talking to ourselves and holding each other's dicks. Yo, man, that's not what we want. Every panel, no matter how ratchet the chicks are in our Lapeef network, they bring light to the network in the conversation when they're on the opposite side. How could we be afraid of that shit? If it's my channel, I still have control. If it's my channel, somebody could say some horse shit, but I can fix that by taking over my channel. That's what Antoine does every time he goes on his goddamn rants. So all I'm just trying to say is we got to stop being afraid of the goddamn world. We're part of the world. Pearly's going to make money. She put this guy Fuentes on there. He's an asshole. So what he got to, she's a white woman. How could we ever have lost sight that this is a fucking white woman and she's going to have white woman mentality? Why are we afraid of that? The only thing that validates her is if she acts like she's for Black causes. This is why people have a problem with Trump. Trump might not even be a racist. He's just a white national. He's proud of being white. What the fuck is wrong with that? We're all proud to be Black. So we need to be able to handle more than just our little victimization bullshit that we keep talking about all the time. I mean, I'm serious. We ain't gonna progress until we could face the devil and put up our middle finger and say, fuck you. This is the way we want to go. I mean, and we just keep falling into the trap. This overreaction to Pearly Things having some asshole on her show. You know what? You know how many white people don't respect slavery? I think somebody should just get on her show. Say, hey, Pearl, listen, you should shut the fuck up about slavery because you don't know what you're talking about. It doesn't make her a bad person because almost every white person I know belittles slavery. Right? Almost all of them. And she said that before, by the way, because I used to watch Pearl. Shara charged her ass up on that around a year ago. So
and she
anyway,
still, so she hasn't
she
learned.
don't need to say that's because she really believes it. She really believes it. I mean, so what does that mean to you? What does that mean? Wait. Before I didn't interrupt you because I couldn't because I'm a junior member, get kicked down by Anton anytime he was. But the bottom line, Anton, the point I'm going to make is she's allowed to have her white person point of view because they all do, just like we can have our Black person point of view. And it shouldn't put a battery in our back when she proves to be white. I mean, shit, why are we surprised? That's my whole problem. This whole overreaction over the whole manosphere kind of solidifies the fact that we allowed ourselves to be not even duped, blinded by some white savior that's supposed to say all the right things at the right time. I mean, that's bullshit. I mean, I tell people, if you ain't a black man, if you got a white Jesus and the cross in your house, then you're still a slave. You don't even know what the fuck you doing. That's the biggest symbol of white supremacy that we'll ever face. That white
Oh,
Jesus that we
wait.
see
So
down there
do
playing
you
with.
not?
Stop
But wait, do you not? So I'm lost what you said because it sounds like in some parts you agree with me, and on other parts you don't. Like I'm saying,
What part
I
I agree with
under
you on?
okay. Like I said, I don't want this chick to be canceled. This chick should have her opinion, right? But if you like your old OG, right? The thing is, I'm saying is that if we're looking at things at face value, I can listen to Anton talk about certain situations. So now I can say, hey, I can relate to Anton because we've been through that. Even though, look, and I done been with this motherfucker around, you know what I'm saying? We done roll around in DC at night. You know what I'm saying? I got guns all over there. Anton didn't even know how many guns I had in the car. But he was rolling with me though. He was safe, right? But it's certain things that I understand by being around him that he understand about being black, right?
Right.
What I'm telling you is this. When I approached a girl, I said, just have a conversation. But I never thought about it to sit here and say, what skin do you have in this game? Is you some white girl that just popped out of nowhere and said, hey, this is good. Let me go to the Lapeef Network and let's talk about ratchet black bitches, right? So now I'm like this, because the Anton don't want to admit it, but that's what Lapeef Network talk about, ratchet black bitches.
But
So
that's
now I'm
one.
like this. Wait, hold up, nigga. Nobody ever asked this girl that question, this one question, right? Why do you care about ratchet black bitches?
Well, wait a minute,
Like,
Logic.
no,
Just
and I'm
because
saying
she
this.
went
Wait,
on the
look.
peak, can I just interject? I'll let you go again. Just because she
Yes,
went
sir.
on the peak doesn't mean she's expanding her horizons. So
I
she went on the peak.
understand, but listen what I'm saying. When I'm looking at it, I'm evaluating the conversation. And it never came to me to ask myself, why do this white lady? And look, I'm far from racist. I defend more white people.
I
I
told
get
him already.
flack on Fight Club for defending white people. But I never asked myself this one question. Why do this lady care
You
about
don't have to
how
ask yourself, Logic. How come you didn't ask her when she was on the goddamn panel? Hey, white
big
pearly fucking things, how come you're in this goddamn space? That's all we need to do.
and
Where's the
that's what I'm
black
telling
people?
you.
Just wait a
Listen,
minute. Wait,
listen, goddamn,
I heard
hey,
your
listen,
point.
goddamn fucking listen, look, little black Sambo. Look, I get what you're saying.
I
I'm
gotta be
literally
all that.
listen.
God damn it.
This is what I'm telling you. I'm telling you, did you not hear me say, this is my flaw? I did not understand that. I did not evaluate that.
You're
How
making
many
my
times
point
I
then.
got to say that?
What I'm saying,
I'm
that's
telling
where
you
we
I did.
agree at. That's what what needs to happen with Pearly Things. Guys like Anton, guys like MTR, guys like the TLA. Hey, Pearly, what you said was fucked up, and you put us all in a pickle. Why did you do that shit? And let's see what she says. If she
But
says "fuck you,
no,
nigga,"
it's not about,
trying
listen,
to
this is,
burn you. That's one thing. But if she says, you know what? I didn't think about it because I don't have the perspective that I need to have.
okay, this is the
And
problem
I'm
with,
sorry, and I
this is
apologize
what
for
you,
it. We need to
no,
charge her up
no,
instead of
she don't need
arguing
to,
with each
listen,
other.
hey, she don't need to apologize because my standpoint is most people, black people need to be like her and Nick Fuentes.
Right.
That's
I
what
don't
I'm
disagree
telling
with that.
you.
Oh, okay.
Yes,
Asians
they
do it.
do. Look. I
Every
have
other
no
race does it.
disagreement about what Nick Fuentes say. I think we should just take what he say and we should relate it to black people. He's motherfuckers calling me. He's saying, look, we should love black. We should want to keep black pure. We should see and want to build black nations. That's what I don't have no issues with what Nick Fuentes says. That's
No
not the
problem at all.
issue. I'm saying this: if Nick Fuentes have them type of views, why in the fuck is he around black people? Why?
Yo,
Look,
yo,
that's
yo,
just like me.
let's
I'm
be
saying,
honest.
look, watch this. Let me just say this real fast, little Black Sambo. If I said
I gotta
I
be all
want
that,
to,
man. I
I'm
gotta be
first of all,
all Black December. You was
you
dark
know I
as
like
out
the
here,
joke.
motherfucker,
Hey,
man.
you know I
Shit,
like the
with a
joke.
beard.
I like the joke. But listen, that's just like me saying, hey, look, I want to segregate from black people and build a strong, for white people and build a strong black nation, right?
Oh,
But
you're
then I'm
racist. You're
integrating with
racist.
black people. I'm
But
talking
listen,
about
Lodge, you know
black
we
Yo,
people
gotta
as
be
a whole.
logical.
honestly,
This
since
is
we've been
illogical,
talking,
man.
but since we've been talking, nobody has actually told me what she said. I'm still not familiar.
Yeah, there was
So
You
there's
got
something
she,
do
came
your
up
own
about the
research.
I,
rape.
I,
Something came
I'll
up
give
about
a, I'll give a
slavery.
quick synopsis of what she
Hey,
actually
listen,
said.
I'm gonna drop down so y'all can go ahead.
Yeah,
All I just want to say this
they asked.
last thing,
You can stick
Anton, and
around. You can stick around. You ain't got to drop.
because I was gonna go over the Trigger Mike show like I do every day.
Oh, okay. I got you.
Um,
I got you.
the point
Just
is,
keep it in the network. Keep it in the
black
network.
people
Keep it
can't
in the
build.
network. Keep it in the network. That's all we ask.
Black people can't build anything in a goddamn vacuum. We got to be able to
Yes,
grow
we
the thick
can.
stick. No, we
They
can't.
built theirs in a
We don't live
vacuum.
in
They
a
built
vacuum.
theirs in a vacuum.
Let me finish. You can let the
See, the
Sambo
fact of
finish,
just saying
and
that
then you can
proves
go.
that you can't. You don't understand the
And you
potential that
can't
we've
build
already done.
anything. You can't build anything in a vacuum because we don't live in a vacuum.
Asian
We
people
have.
built their stuff in a vacuum.
No, they
Hey
did.
It's
man,
all
hey,
Asians
let
over
little
there.
Sambo finish, man. Let little Sambo finish so you can get the fuck out of here.
Yeah,
All right.
that's right. Let me finish so I can get out of here. We can't build shit in a vacuum. You got to
Oh my
understand the
goodness.
people you're talking about. Because the only fucking people in the United States who care about integration is
Mm-hmm.
black people. So you
Oh
got to
wow.
overcome that, by the way. And then, listen, if it wasn't for us, nobody would even use the I word. Okay? So we need to build our shit because
I
I
word.
understand we need to have our own, but we need to have it in against the backdrop of all these other influences. And we can't ignore those influences. We just can't be driven by them. And that's what's going on. But everybody can fucking say anything. We're all over the goddamn place. One white girl trips up, and the whole fucking manosphere
Hand me the
is having a conniption fit. What the fuck is the matter with us? I mean, stop. Listen, okay, I'm and listen, I'm gonna listen to the recording here while I'm gonna go over to the Trigger Bike Show. Anybody wants to go over there after Anton's finished? Let's do it because we're talking about femininity. And Anton, I sent you my email. If I can get on that marriage show, let me do it because I don't think anybody knows more about marriage than me. And even you're my junior. And I'd like to get on that fucking show. Right? And so thank you. I'll talk to you later, man.
Thanks for coming through, big dog.
I appreciate it.
Any other thoughts?
Yeah, I have an opinion about something. So I watched the Just Pearly response. It was just about black people showing up late. Then she talked about different shades of black people. So when you watch it, you can make your opinion about how you feel about it. Black people keep falling victim. No, not say victim. We're not victims. Black people keep falling into the same situation by doing the thing that's contrary to what everybody else does it. They do it proudly. They say, okay, Anton's a businessman. I'm gonna get to know him, and I'm gonna give him $10 million. Why? Firstly, because he's black. He said you don't want to, and then black people will say, don't give it to me because I'm black. No, but they'll give it to their people because they're Asian, or they'll give it to their people because they're white. You say it's nepotism. It's like, if I can put you in a position to build your family up, to build your community up sooner than later, just because we're the same, and I see you have similar values, I say, okay, I'm gonna put you in a position so I can get those values out to more people sooner. What black people will say, hey, look, I might have every skill necessary to immediately change the community, but instead they'll say, oh, don't give it to me because I'm black. Let me show you my skills first. And I say, they don't do that. You got Trump's children have been said repeatedly about how incapable some of them are to participate in the roles they're in. But they're in those roles because their father, who's a billionaire, who has all these connections and networks all over the world, will say to them, okay, son, you're my son. And because you're my son, you're in this position. Because I doubt you're building building yourself up as you are, Anton, to then tell your daughter you're not going to benefit from this because you're my daughter. You're
Yeah,
going
but
to
the
give
the
her.
problem with your argument though is that I don't think that we should talk. Listen, if we really want to get down to the nitty gritty of it, who determined who's black and who's not, and what percentage of your blood determines whether or not you're black?
Well, just on a kind of a funny note, you can just go get a blood test and you can see if you're 100%. You might not even be mixed, but
So
that's
nobody is black then, right?
no. I'm not talking about the who's
No, no,
black.
no.
I'm
I'm just saying.
saying when.
Let's get down to the nitty gritty of it. How do we determine who's black and who's not, based off of what standard?
So one part is you can tell your story. I can watch you tell your story, and I can say I lived that story.
How do we determine
One
who's
part is a
black and who's not?
cultural. I'm going to one part is a genetic, biological. One is
Okay, but
cultural
you could
experiences.
hold on. Let's stop there. You could
Okay.
say it's
Okay.
genetic and biological, right? But doesn't mean you're not mixed with something else. So how do you determine whether or not you're black enough to even be able to have a conversation?
Right. Well, it's not about that. That's where the cultural part comes in. So a person who is mixed race, who is obviously mixed race, now it's a cultural component. Are they culturally black or African? Now, what does culturally mean? You talking about African culturally or American African culturally?
I've
I
never
would
been to Africa.
say I'm just not. That's what I'm saying. But it's like I'm married to a Nigerian woman, Nigerian black woman, obviously, and obviously somebody can throw it and say, well, Elon Musk is African because he's from South Africa. Is he black? So people play those games. So I'm talking about firstly
But it's not a
biological and
game. It's a real
genetical.
question, though. How do you determine
Wait.
who's black and who's not?
Well, that's
Yes, the point. The
it's
point
just
of my
going to your
question is that there is no standard, and whatever standard that we abide by was given to you by somebody else that had a vested interest, and is setting that as the standard, right? If you say, well, if you got 10%
talking
of your
about that
blood is black and you're in the United
Americanas.
States of America, right? Then that's a standard that was set to you by somebody that didn't have your best interest at heart. So what I'm saying is,
Okay,
we're
got no problem
identifying
with that.
and we're adopting philosophies and principles based off of something that we can't even control.
Okay, so we'll go with the psychological paradigm that's been placed on the black community in America. So you have that same perspective that you just laid out being the leading psychological infusion into the black community. You have. So I'll just ask this question: was it productive for Jonathan Majors to present himself on the front of on Ebony magazine in a feminine way, and
No,
what many would say was a feminine way?
no.
So why would you say no?
Because I believe that there's differences in roles in which men or women that was ordained by God for us to be able to
Okay,
operate
right. So I agree with that 100%.
in.
Now take it into a cultural perspective. The black man in America has been consistently portrayed as defeated and now feminized.
Wait,
And
but wait,
even if it's
wait.
okay,
But again, we
roll with it.
still got to get back to the core question before we can even have this conversation. Who ordained how we determine who's what as far as what color that we are?
Right. I'm talking about the psychological paradigm. That like regardless of whether you agree with Dr. Umar or not, he made a really great statement. Well, I have seen you agree with him. So, but what you agree with him on, what you disagreed on, he made a statement saying, unless you can kill the slave inside of you, you'll never produce the proper results outside of you. So there's a psychological paradigm that was instituted by I forgot the name of the psychologist, but he laid it out where you have they're switching the roles. They're telling a young man he can be a woman. They're telling a young girl she can be a man. They're telling they keep like you're the complete opposite of it, and you say it, and you say you prove it. So if a black
Let
man
me
can
hold
be
on.
productive,
Listen. Let me ask you this question. Y'all don't like Pearl, right?
I'm not talking. I don't care. Like let me just give.
No.
I
I
don't
want to
watch
make it.
Pearl.
Listen,
I
you
don't
making it
follow
very.
her. I don't subscribe to her.
You too smart for me, and you making it very complicated. I am a C minus student. Okay,
Okay,
I barely made it. All right, so
I got
listen,
you.
let's make it plain and simple. Y'all don't like Pearl, but
No,
Pearl married.
Anton, you wrong.
Okay, let's assume that some people don't like Pearl. Pearl is white. Pearl marries a black guy. Pearl has a black child. Is that child black?
That child is fixed.
Is the no? But see, we got differences of opinion. Lil Black Book is saying that they black. You saying that the child is mixed. Logic. What do you say?
That's how. That's
Hey,
if you run.
can you hear me?
Once they
Hey,
run a
can you hear me?
newspaper, say run a newspaper ad. If he was a criminal, he'll be black. If the police
Okay,
see
so
him,
here,
he's
so
gonna be black.
wait. So y'all
That's
prove it.
sociological though.
Y'all proving my point. Y'all proving my point.
Okay, go ahead.
My point is that there is no set standard by which we operate by. So how can we then hold somebody else accountable to something that we don't even all agree on?
Well,
We
it's no
do agree.
longer that.
No, y'all didn't.
It's
He said
We
he
agree.
didn't say. I
The
said, is she
problem
black?
that we
I said, is he black? He said that they mixed.
the problem that we have, and listen, of course, there were going to be nuances between people, but what I'm saying is the problem we have here is there's a flip. We understand that there's a problematic aspect when it comes to the system of determining exactly every single person who is black. But what we're going to say is running by our white supremacist system, which we live in, they have told us what are the demarcations to what being black is. Okay? If I look at you, Anton, you black. Okay, when the police see you, you blackity black. Don't matter how much you're gonna say it, you blackity black, I'm blackity black. All right? And
First
how we're
thing
gonna
to
get
see.
treated by the system is gonna be black. Now,
What
if we wanna have a
what he
fight
did?
about the people that can
Slow down.
hold on. If we want to have a fight about who can move in and out and who may be discrepancies when it comes to who being quote unquote black, we can have that discussion. That's irrelevant
How
here.
I'm gonna be
Just
treated by the
for
system is gonna be dependent of how much money I have.
Nah, see,
I was just
no,
about to say
don't do
that. I
that because
agree. I
that's
agree.
not true.
follow. Hey, look,
No,
How
I
I no no no
agree.
no.
bro. You
Let's be
falling into
clear.
anti.
How
Look,
I'm going to be treated by the system is going to be determined by how much money I have.
That's not all the way true. You
hold
may
on,
That's
get
hold on,
more
100%
person.
little black book,
I'm not
little
saying you
black
get more
book,
person.
Hey,
little black book. Wait,
you
look, little black book. Wait, trust me. Look, you haven't been around Anton enough. Trust me, you fall into his trap. Listen, I'm gonna do this for the last time. Anton, I'm gonna send you a plane ticket right now. I'm gonna fly you to first class to Germany. I'm gonna put you up in a goddamn a night setup for 2 months. Let's see how good and successful we would do a
so
podcast talking about German problems.
it will blow the fuck up. It
hey,
will
it
blow
No,
the
may
it would.
fuck up.
No, you know what?
they
Listen.
they may not
No,
fall
no.
for it like black people do.
I'm
I
gonna tell
don't
you
know.
why you. Wait, hold up, nigga. Hey, you like you in elementary school. Hold on.
No, I'm at
Youngster,
a
you got them
church.
damn things upside. Look.
I'm at a
Okay, church,
congregation
elementary
hall.
school, same thing. All right.
Yeah.
But this is what I'm telling you, Anton. That's our problem, right? And I didn't even realize it. The thing is we'll come here. If me and you come here, we can have everything. We can have a goddamn motherfucking Queen Elizabeth come in this bitch. And they got some black dudes talking about German problems, right? They will look at us and ask us, first of all, why do you care? What's your skin in the game? And
That's the
like I
whole
said,
marketing
Little Black
ploy.
Book called me out on it. Damn, nigga. Little Black Book called me out on it because I didn't, and even though I called
I'm just
myself out on it,
commenting.
I didn't realize
Yeah.
that. Damn, nigga, what's wrong with you? Is that church echoing?
Is it
And you in
echoing?
the
Oh, my
church
bad.
that I'm cussing and you in the church.
Hey, it don't bother me none. Do you think? I'm gonna mute my line that way it don't hit in.
All right, well, let me just finish what I'm saying. I'm hearing you responding. My point is I'm saying, right? I'm not saying cancel her. I'm not saying hold her accountable. I'm not saying no actions need to be taken. I just say this one thing is I think we should reevaluate the overall concept because if we was to go in anybody else community and start questioning how they do things, how they move, start questioning everything they do, which like I said, it's her right to do it. They would ask us this one question: what is your skin in the game? And I think that's one thing that we fail to ask her. Just like I said, it's men flaws in not asking these women that come into these spaces of these men conversations, what is your skin in? And even with the women, they got more skin in the game because they're dealing with the men. So I don't see how she has skin in the game. You're not gonna come to Germany with me, and we're not gonna talk about why they pay 20% VAT taxes. Let's try that, Anton. Let's me and you have a podcast in Germany, and let's talk about why they pay. I'm sorry,
19% value added taxes, and they're gonna look at us like we're crazy. Just that's the
Yeah,
same way
listen,
just
listen.
Pearly. I mean, all right, go
Y'all
ahead.
still running away from the main point. The
Anton,
main,
can you do what Just Paul did in the white community?
huh?
Could you do what Just Paul did in the white community? Could you gather white people consistently every single week and gather them
We
the same
do
way
it.
Just Paul did?
Black people do it more than any other race. We dump on.
Well,
Listen,
with hip hop.
we dump on white. Listen, there is
White,
whole platforms. Hold on,
you
little
do it.
black book. So you answered the wrong question. There is
Huh?
whole platforms that dump on white people on a regular basis every single day, and they are
Just Paul.
profiting, and they getting that bag, and they winning as a result of it. That is a fact.
No. Just Paul isn't dumping. This is a very clever way of, like I said, about profiteering over the way you image black people. I'm saying, can you do what she's doing and gather white folk each week to talk about relationship stuff like you're doing right now with us?
You bring in the
Can you do
trailer
that with white
people.
folk every single week, the same way Just Paul's doing it, and put on the show the same way she's doing it? Would you be able to get the same response that Just Paul's getting? That's the question I'm asking. Not necessarily
I have no
in terms of having
idea.
many followers.
I have no
I'm not saying-
idea.
Do you know why it wouldn't? Do you know why most time this wouldn't work? Look,
Let me drop
even
the
in
link for
church,
Mr. Let Go real
even
quick.
even in church, even in church-based space. I'm as a Christian, we all know, right? Even in church spaces, it's hard to get a black man that can pastor and have them in front of a white congregation. It's hard. I'm not saying it's
Yeah,
impossible. It's happened. You see Transformation Church.
not
It is very
impossible. Right.
difficult because of the way that they think as well. This is what I'm trying to say. So there are clear lines when it comes to each particular quote unquote, when I call it race, ethnicity, whatever you want to call it. Every tribe has their particular way of thinking. But I'm saying that what Josh Pearl was doing, you'd be hard pressed to find a black male or a black woman being able to do what Just Pearl is doing, where it's not necessarily dumping on black people. Like, she's not actually come out and saying black people are bad. That's not what she's saying. If that was the case, we'd have a different war on our hands. What she's cleverly doing is what we've seen, even with, if I quote unquote just loosely say it, what you've seen with the way they've commercialized and taken over when it comes even to your music, when it comes to African American music. It's the same kind of version. It's just someone coming in, commercialize it, but actually it profits off the black people's pain. And I'm like, yo, if she can do that, could we do the same? And I hardly find that we could actually do the same thing. And there's a reason. They have a level of pride that says to them, quote unquote, prejudice, discrimination, race, whatever you want to call it, that will not allow this to happen in the reverse. So
Okay,
why
so
is it
let
happening?
me use your argument against you, right?
Yes, sir.
Little black book. Little black book. Is this not the pot calling the kettle black? And
You
now,
know,
why would Anton say is this the pot calling the kettle black? Because little black
Well, if
book.
he married, he's
No,
married to.
he allows women to be able to come into men's spaces and be able to say some of the things that they say, and they get away with a lot of things that I don't necessarily agree with. So how is that any different?
I love that you said that. I can correct that. First and foremost, my space is not a manosphere space.
I didn't say
First
it
of all,
was
it's
a
not.
Oh
manosphere
my
space. I
goodness,
said
it
that
doesn't matter.
they are able to get away with some of the same things that you say that she's able to get away with, that men would never be able to get away with, but you allow for it to be able to continue on your platform. How is it any
When
different?
you say that, when you say a woman can get away with some of the stuff, I have no clue what you're talking about. Because first of all, you've come to my platform. When we have
Which is why
legitimate
we originally
conversation.
got into it in the first place, little black book.
Okay, first and foremost, what
How
was
do we
that?
meet?
First
No,
of
no,
all,
no. How do we meet?
let's
How do we
go
meet?
back now.
Hold on,
That
wait,
particular path.
wait. How do we meet? How do we meet, little black book?
We met because I critiqued your particular thing, your particular
About
video,
what? About what?
about you putting a stomp on a particular woman, about you putting your boot in a woman. I
On
said on the
who?
screen.
On who?
A black woman.
On Kayla.
Oh, okay, yeah.
No,
Okay,
you
yeah.
remember. You remember.
I remember that. I didn't know if it was Killer representative. I remember we had a conversation about Killer after. Yeah, okay, let's go. Yeah.
Okay, and you defended her.
Yes, I defended her in that instance. Yeah, I defended her and I defended black women in that
No,
instance.
not only did you defend her, you gave her a platform.
I gave her a platform, yes, because she was on Ready to Love and I do interviews for the show Ready to Love.
And you
I do
never
stuff with
held her
her.
accountable for her part in it, though.
In which part?
And her what she was saying on the platform that then warranted what it is that I said back to her.
There's nothing that warrants that you putting a boot in a black woman or white woman or any
Nothing.
kind of woman.
Okay, so you just substantiated my argument. What you did was help me to a standard that you don't hold her to, which you're now requiring me to hold Pearl to a standard that we don't hold everybody else to.
That's a very big jump. If she had put a boot in you,
No,
I'd
it's
have said the
not.
exact same thing.
It's
How
not
is
that
it
It
any
big of
is.
a
If
different?
she,
jump.
hold on.
It's a
If
logical
let's take it bit
conclusion.
by bit. If she had come out and said she wants to put a boot on you and put her foot in your chest, I would have said the exact same thing, bro.
Oh,
Because
but she
my
can
thing is this.
disrespect me in
My
every
thing
other
is
way
holding
that you don't pay
anyone that
attention
has
to.
unhealthy.
Right.
If we're the, my thing is when I'm talking about things and I react to things, it's my common denominator is this a healthy way of having relationships? This is why I said it's not just
No, 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 no,
about
no, no,
Pearl
no.
being
Listen,
one.
listen, listen, listen. Little black book, little black book.
Okay.
You held me accountable for saying the word simp.
Right.
Where did I hold you accountable on that part? You
The
mean on my
very
channel?
last stream that I popped in on with you.
I did. You know why? Because I held the women before you accountable for
No,
that
no, no,
same
no, no,
as
no, no,
well.
no, 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 no. You held me accountable for even saying the word simp, and you never gave her any smoke whatsoever.
That don't mean you're jumping again because what
I'm
we're
not
talking about two
jumping.
different things. You are
I'm
jumping again
saying
because
that
what you're
you
hold on,
hold
hold on, hold
men
on.
to a higher
No,
standard and requirement
no,
than you then hold our counterparts who has
no.
the same ability to be able to cut on their camera and saying whatever it is that they want to say.
You're jumping because what you're not telling is the actual description of two different things. If you're talking about Kayla, that's a separate. That was on your panel. I was having a conversation with you and talking about that reaction. If you're coming onto my platform and you come into the chat, I've told the women they can't be calling men simps. So if you come in and you start calling men simps when there's a
But
men's
you
panel,
saying that to
I'm
the
going to point
chat,
out
you
that
know
I call
me
the women out.
personally. You don't know them people, everybody that's in that chat. You know the thing about it though is, and again, it goes back to the original thing. You're saying that Anton, would you be able to do the same thing that Pearl does? And I'm telling you that you can't ask me that question because you do the same thing when it comes to women versus men, not black versus white.
No, I don't. You're jumping because the way you're talking about holding somebody to a standard, and I said I hold each person to the same
Then
standard.
how come you
And but
didn't do it?
you
How come you
conflated
didn't do
two
it then?
issues.
How come you didn't
The
do it?
problem is you're conflating two issues. You've conflated the Kayla situation and then brought a situation
No, I'm
about you
not
coming on.
conflating. I'm using that as an
That's
example to show the
I must disagree.
It's
hypocrisy.
about
I'm using it as an
disrespect.
example to show the hypocrisy. You can't force me to hold somebody else accountable to the same standard and then switch
I'm
the
not talking.
narrative by saying, but no, you jumping when it comes to men versus women versus and black versus white.
I'm not. See, that's the thing, Anton. I haven't forced you to do anything. I said this is my point of view. You not in this panel have I said anything that Anton you must hold her accountable. I said I'm holding her accountable because of what rhetoric I go by. I go by a particular standard. So when I go by a particular standard, I hold everybody who goes
You
out of that
don't.
standard to the standard. Ask
Because
Mr.
you
Lego.
and
We
you
had a
know how
conversation.
you don't
I said everybody same.
because you were so enamored with Ready to Love the series.
Yeah.
You moved it. You moved it differently around. You moved differently around Kayla, and you did not hold her to the same standard that you held me because I'm not on Ready to Love.
See, this is where you're gonna be wrong again because you see when I do Ready to Love and I'm doing it, my accountability is explaining people's behavior, and I really didn't hold her accountable. When she had an
I
interview with
know
me,
you
I did
didn't.
hold
I
her
seen
accountable.
it.
Yeah, the second one, I even had to come out and apologize to my audience because the way I handled the second one
You ain't
it
apologized
was
to me.
because you was in the wrong. I don't know what you're trying to say. If I'm in the wrong, I have to apologize.
What up, Mr. Let Go? What up, Mr. Let Go?
What's going on? You can hear me, right?
Yeah, I can hear you good. You sound good.
What's up? One, bro, I forgot to tell you, I'm gonna be in Detroit Sunday, man. What you doing Sunday?
Oh, that's what's up. Let me check my calendar. We can connect.
Anthony,
Yeah,
you're in
What
I
you
church,
got
doing
bro.
in Detroit?
I got a show out there.
Oh, that's
It's
what's
a
up.
nice conversation. Yeah.
Where? Well, I don't even want to say. Can you say where y'all doing it at?
Yeah. Hold on. I gotta. Well, give me a second.
Yeah,
But
that's cool. That's what's up.
I see you had some smoke earlier because I seen the earlier part and I had to jump off the because I rewinded to the beginning and I was like, oh hell, he talking about the death.
No, I didn't even hold you accountable. I told you what I thought last night.
No, man, but I just think
you be simping, Mr. Let Go.
No, the thing about it is
Hold on,
if I'm
accountable.
cool,
if I'm cool with dudes that killed people or sold crack or did whatever, and they did their time and they get out of prison, and I'm cool with them, I got to be cool with a woman that was a hoe for a certain amount of time and she wanted to change her life. My whole point is, what is the difference? Because if I hold the woman accountable, like, nah, you trash, you stay out here, you're a hoe for life, I gotta have the same energy for a dude that did what he did and got out of prison and served his time. So guys, let me know.
Because that's not what you do, though, Mr. Lego. You don't have the same energy for the women as you have for the guys.
What do you mean?
You be saving them.
How?
Mr. Lego. You just allowed for us. You saved Blac Chyna last night.
How? I just explained the reason why I didn't save her.
Because you justified her behavior by then saying that, well, what about her kids?
That's my whole. That's everything that I believe in. That's why I do what I do.
But they don't. We don't say that to the guys. We don't say, well, what about his kids? We don't say that.
Right.
What? Okay, give me a scenario where a man's kids had something to do with it. What do you mean?
What do you mean? Guys' kids have a lot to do with
it. The only thing I say about dudes is passport bros or cornballs, shit like that. What have I said about dudes that
why are passport bros cornballs?
Because a lot of that's a different conversation, but a lot of these dudes don't have kids. So when I say something about a dude, I don't think about their kids because either the dude don't have kids or we're talking about a dude that don't take care of his kids. So even when I'm talking to dudes, it's usually geared towards he's trash because he don't take care of his kids, or either he don't know what he's talking about because
you don't have that same smoke for the women, though. You don't say women are trash because she don't take care of her kids. You say, oh, we got to give her grace because she has kids, and that's the difference.
Name a woman who ain't take care of her kids, and I said she was trash.
You don't say any woman is trash because she don't take care of her. You say none. You don't say any of them.
I don't. What is a scenario where I've said?
Oh, come on, Mr. Lego. Mr. Lego. There's nobody more tapped into the culture and what's going on with every clip, every panel. I see your Instagram stories. I'll be looking at you and you be reacting to everything. You do not be holding these women accountable to be having kids. That's some trash ass moms. Blac Chyna.
I hold women. Okay, I don't care about holding women accountable as a wording.
Is a trash ass mom. History has shown that she's a trash ass mom. You did not hold her accountable for that. You did not acknowledge it. You didn't do anything except for, I'm so loving and I'm so glad that she's
okay. What about her being a trash ass mom? I don't. I just know she's a hoe. I don't know.
That's a trash ass mom.
Oh, that's a trash mom.
That's literally a trash ass mom.
Hold on.
Shit. Yo, can I?
Hold on.
Bro, can I say this?
Hold on, be a hoe no more.
Sorry, my bad.
Isn't that a positive?
Is she a trash ass mom?
She just said it. That don't mean she gonna change back.
My whole point is she's looking to be less of a trash ass mom, just like if a dude, because I said this last night, Anton,
but you never said that she was trash.
I said last night, if a dude ain't been in his kid's life for 10 years and his child is 10 and he comes back and he wants to be a father, you welcome him because he don't woke the fuck up and now he's like, all right, you know what? I want to do right. I don't see nothing wrong with that. I said that last night.
But that's not what happens to men, though.
It's the parable of the prodigal son.
No, that actually does happen to men.
The man, usually what happens. Usually what happens half of the time is the dude, usually the woman will like take the kid for years and tell the kid all this other stuff. And then later on, when the kid's old enough, the kid has all this resentment for the father. So then it's like, usually when the kid grows up, he usually gets the truth from out of the father. Now you got two sides. It's two sides to the coin now. So it's like, who you willing to choose?
So you can look at it, and there's no statistics to this, but 50% of the dudes be like, bitch, this ain't my kid. You crazy as hell. I'm out of here. And then the other, so that means they're deadbeats. There's another group of dudes who just like, yo, why you trying to put me on child support? I don't have $38 a month to pay you. Like, leave me alone. And then you got the other group that gets pushed away, and he's just like, fuck it.
No,
can I just
that's
say this
not
though?
how
But
guys are. That is not the nature of guys.
No, but this is the thing. Opposites attract in general. We always want something that we that don't want us or wants us in general half of the time. But the thing is, like, most of the time we go for something that doesn't want us. So half of the time we go for women that don't want us, and then just because they're our type, we will amend to any and everything just because. Now when it comes down to like half of the time
I
it
don't agree
depends
with
on the
that.
dude. So what are
It's
betas?
socialized to go into that stuff.
We don't
I
go
don't
for
know.
women that no guy.
Don't women go for dudes
Not
that don't
all
want
dudes.
them? We don't go for women that don't want us. If she don't give us no
All right,
ass at some
so
point, we're gonna leave her alone. Like I don't. What are you talking about? Because wanting us is giving us access to her body. What are you talking about?
what am I talking about? Now, like for instance, right? You can have all this money in the world, and she might be attracted to your money, but not you. But the thing is, she don't want you. She wants your money. But the thing is, we want her. So there's the issue.
No,
Yeah, she can
what if I
stay with
don't?
us. No,
What if I
hold
don't
up.
want her?
Women.
What if I don't
I'm
want
sorry,
her?
Anton.
What if I don't want her? I just want her mouth.
I just want a mouth or want a box.
But it happens but half the time it happens. So I'm saying
What's
it's just
what's the
like, you know
difference?
what I mean?
It usually is. We don't want her. She wants more of us, and we don't want to give her more of us because we want other women. That's usually how it goes. What are you talking about? We don't change the whole narrative of the whole conversation, but it is what it is.
Look, I could be wrong, but how I'm seeing it from certain perspectives, we all have different perspectives,
What I
and
was
we all
saying,
know different people. They're saying the poor.
let me
So
say
nothing
this.
is ever fully 100%. I'm sorry, G, my bad.
But
I'm
what
not
I
trying to
was
cut you
saying
off.
to
I'm
Anton
not trying to cut.
is I got smoke for anybody. I go off on women. I go off on dudes. I go off on, and the majority of the videos I do, especially on Facebook, I be going off on women.
Okay, and I agree with that. Now, the other side of that, and see, I'm gonna give you credit for that, and I give credit where credit is due, and I'm objective. The other side of it, though, is that when we on the panels having conversations with the women, it's a completely different narrative.
Because they shut the fuck up.
No, they don't.
They do what I tell them to do.
No, they
What
don't. Mr. Let Go. You said shut up about 100 times last night, and they did not listen.
Okay, did she end up shutting up?
No.
She did.
No.
She literally stayed quiet for a whole hour, and I was like, "You
How
can
much
talk now."
disrespect?
Mr. Let Go. Mr. Let Go. These women do not be listening at all.
Hold on, real quick.
Listen, first you be nice about it. You be like,
I got
hey,
an
why
address.
don't you
I
be
got an
quiet?
address.
You say be quiet first. You don't even say shut up. You say be quiet.
Yeah, I'm until
100
later
times.
on. Yeah, I said be quiet, be quiet, be quiet. Then it got to the point like I'm like shut up, and she's like, "Don't tell me
Why
what
you
to
got to do
shut
that?
up."
And you know who else? You know who else don't listen to you? Queen Sheba.
Sheba listens. What are you talking about?
No, she doesn't. She don't take that.
Okay.
Queen Sheba be up there. Listen, Queen Sheba, until she rage quit last night, and she got up here and she admitted that she rage quit, she be kicking y'all ass.
Okay, but look, like I got the address.
We gonna just skip over that part?
I just want to tell you I got the address. We can keep going.
Oh, okay. What's that? What is it?
The DoubleTree, Detroit,
I know where it is.
Dearborn,
I know where it is.
5801 Southfield Service
Yep,
Drive.
I got it. I know where it's at.
You know what that's at? All right. Yep. But yeah, I'll be there. The show is at like 6 or 7 or some shit like that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
pull up.
All right, bet.
Yeah, you ain't gotta pay nothing like that. Just pull up.
All right, bet.
Because I would love to have you on the panel.
Yeah, I'm gonna be there. I'm gonna hit you up offline. We can kick it.
All right, that'll work. So back to Queen Sheba. All the women shut up when you gotta understand, they not my women. So they're not gonna shut up the second I say shut up. They're not my women. But when I get to the point like, hey, stop, they end up shutting the fuck up.
No, Mr. Lego.
Y'all can't sit here and lie and say they don't.
I don't know if Kevin Samuels originally said this statement. He's like, but when women want protection from the generality of black men, black women want protection from the stranger black man who's walking down the street. So if that black man turns to her and says, hey, you tripping, if she wants his protection or that general black man protection in the community, like Anton actually said it earlier, he's telling them to be quiet for their own safety or for their own good.
That's why I do it. I was telling
well, no, but she don't listen.
Her to be quiet because it don't make no sense. Like, why are you arguing? You act like a child.
Yeah, but the point is that the lack of respect is that you can tell her to be quiet for her own good, and she's like, you don't have enough. You haven't built up enough respect for me to tell you, for you to
She
tell me to
stayed
be quiet
quiet
for
for a
anything,
whole hour
even if
because
it's
I
right.
told her to be quiet. She literally
Oh,
said
no, I'm just
in
saying,
the
but it
private
took
chat.
like
Hold
okay.
on, Anton. I don't know if you can read the private chat when you're not on the thing, but in the private chat, she said, "I'll fall back." Okay, I'll fall back, and she
Yeah, but
stayed quiet for the
it
rest of the night.
shouldn't. Yeah, but it shouldn't take 50 times. Like she know you tell
She's
her
not
like
my
they know you.
woman.
I know that's the point I'm making. That she's not your woman, but she should respect the person who has her best interest and say, hey, look,
She
you wilding
doesn't
out,
know me.
fall back. But
But you
that's the
can't
point
say
I'm
she would have did the
making.
same
The
for you if you
stranger.
would have did the same
The
thing.
women don't know me. I ain't never seen her in life or whatever. You feel me? So there's a certain amount
All
of
right.
respect and a certain amount of like who you talking to. She knows that I'm going to tell her to shut up. So she expected
But
me to tell her to shut up. That's
no,
why
the
she was
point
like,
I'm making is
no,
that
you're not going to tell me to shut up this time. You remember she said that? You're not going to tell me to shut up this time because I'm blah, 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 blah. I'm like, no, shut up anyway.
well,
She
the
knows
point that
I'm
can
going
be
to tell her to
made
shut up.
is no, but the point that can be made is like the people watching are watching. They know you're going to be on the panel. They know Anton might be on
Yeah.
the panel. Anton's here. If a woman is up here, or even a man being disrespectful, getting out of pocket, talking over, and they say, "Hey, look, relax," and they just ignore all that. See, it goes different than there's a dynamic when you're out on the street talking to a stranger. I can go with what you said, but when you're on a panel and you're running a panel or you're a normal panelist, you say, "Hey, be quiet." They should respect the position that you're actually a panelist, a regular panelist on the thing, and they'll say, I'll fall back. Not
Yeah.
after you said it 50 times, not after 100 or repeatedly. Hey, chill out. Let me finish my point. No, let's keep going.
Well, I could tell
That's the
you the
disrespect.
reason why she was like that.
That's why we have the
And
mute button.
she
No, but
she
they can
had
unmute themselves.
somewhat of an issue with Tommy Sotomayor, right? And because she was saying it in the chat, she was like, "I have a problem with this guy," da 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 da, and I was like, "Chill out," you know what I'm saying? So the second he said, "You look like you've been giving head to a Smurf," because she had blue lipstick on, right?
Crazy.
That triggered the shit out of her. So the person, because Anton goes through this with women too. The second a person already don't like you, right?
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, the
They don't
person
help.
that don't like you say some
Yeah.
disrespectful shit, you go crazy.
Yeah,
So
that don't
that's the
help at
reason
all.
why she didn't want to shut up. Because she literally said, no, you're not going to tell me to shut up this time because I got to get him because of what he just said. And I told him to tell her I was like, bro, like, apologize. He was like, I'm sorry. And I was like, he apologized, leave it alone. And then she shut up.
Okay.
Let me hear what
shut up.
let me see what MLE. Yo, what's up, MLE? What's the word, bro?
What's happening, brother?
Chillin', what's the word? What's your
on?
verdict?
Sure, y'all can hear me?
I can hear you.
All right, cool. Cause I'm in New York. Damn, I'm walking right towards the heliport. Crazy. I'm on the seaport. Man, how the heck did y'all get Queen Sheba and Tommy Sotomayor on the same panel? Who set that up?
It ain't
Y'all
me.
niggas bound.
It got nothing to do with me. Well, Queen Sheba quit anyway, so it didn't even matter.
I knew that would happen. I was just shocked to see, like, yo, both of them. Because, Queen Sheba can't be told a thing. You can't tell her nothing. So, Mr. Let Go, what's up, man? Good to see you in person. And be on the panel with you in person. But, man, I don't think she listens to you. I don't think she listens to even to her husband. Nobody
You don't
tell
think
her
she listens to
anything.
me?
No, she doesn't listen to anybody. She listens to herself. Because her
I ain't got
default
no
answer
problem with
is
Queen Sheba.
Can I real quick?
maybe not.
Can I?
Yeah,
I'm
I'm
sorry. I just want to say
I'm gonna
shout out
let
to
you.
all y'all. I'm
No,
sorry.
no, no. I'm gonna let you get your final thoughts off. Go ahead, big dog. No, go ahead. You said can you
Oh,
jump in real quick? Yeah, I want you, Rob. I want you to get your final thoughts off.
oh, my bad. No, I was just no. I'm still gonna be in here. I just wanted to say shout out at first when I first came up
Well, I
here
got
because
a
originally
doctor's
Anton.
appointment that I got to go to in 50 minutes, so I got to jump off.
Oh,
Right.
well, I just wanted to say real quick for the people in the chat and everything. I'm not really like a Pearly, like I pretty much, at first I was looking at her stuff and I eventually usually subscribe or whatever. But like I was just listening to her points and other people. Now the panel half the time, and I don't want to just change the convo, but like my whole thing is like she doesn't just have black people on the panel on her show. She goes over like the majority, but the thing is like she does say she always separates the Western and the form, like I guess the Western and the other side of how the ladies act. So in a sense, it's like I understand that everybody was kind of talking about the whole black dynamic. It's just like when we're talking about Pearly, it's kind of like yeah, there's black people on there and this that, and the fourth, but it's kind of like she opens the broad, like she'll ask a question that's a broad, like she don't really just like single it to black people. So it's kind of like you know what I mean? Like I seen somebody try to do a cash app and try to send you and say like, you know, she doesn't just talk. She don't just talk about black. She don't really just mention black. But I did kind of find it a little bit odd because I had to look over that situation again, like with the video of her talking to him. And I agree with you, Anton, when you was like, if it was like, you know, would we really complained if like she was talking up like if she was like the other, like if she was one of I forgot how you said it, but I agree to what you were saying. And in my head, I was just like, did we ever come at Jerry Springer or Maury? Because they be
Right.
exploiting almost everybody, and the show is still running even though it's canceled. But we ain't attacking them, you know. So you know that's my thing. It's whatever. But my thing is like I don't feel like we should just aim the one like at her just for black problems. It's not. That's not the problem, honestly. It's just like I felt like that whole thing kind of like made it very like Aki and like the convo earlier. But I'll digress. I'm done.
Thank you, my friend. I appreciate you. Anybody else got any final thoughts before Anton
Yeah,
heads over and to get his regular
Yeah,
checkup?
yeah, yeah. I
I
think
did
the
have
Pearly
some.
thing.
I don't.
I didn't see
Oh,
I didn't see the video, the Pearly video. So I don't know what happened. Just like you, Anton, but from an exploitation standpoint, I think we're all being exploited at some point. Like we can't let that be. You know, yeah, she's exploiting us. Well, we're being exploited right now, right?
Wait, what?
Are we not being
Yo, let me
exploited right
drop out.
now?
I've been on saying some crazy shit. I'll holler at you.
All right, I'm gonna hit you up, Lego. I'm gonna hit you up, bro.
All right.
I think he's missing. I think he's missing the point that I'm trying to make. I'm not being hard nosed on the exploitation. I'm just saying, in the general sense. In the general sense, and we can't be so quick to cancel people because at any point, any of us can be canceled by something.
Facts.
You know, maybe we didn't. Maybe we spoke out of turn, or maybe we just made
well,
a mistake, and we don't want to be so quick to just cancel people just off of anything. I didn't see the video, so I don't know what she said or what she
I haven't
did,
either.
but our first instinct shouldn't be to cancel like right away.
well,
We don't know.
I just think black people should focus on building a power base so people won't try us like that. And that's why I even like watching Anton's thing because even though it's not about blackity black stuff, the whole point is
Are you a Hebrew
build a
Israelite?
power. I'm not a Hebrew Israelite. I'm a Hebrew though.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. All right, I rock with you.
So
Anton,
yeah,
I'm in the
I just
city right now. I can, if you want me to go by the Hebrew Israelites, I can give you.
No, I don't feel like them dudes right there. That's a whole nother. That's a whole nother type
They
of
right,
energy right there.
yeah.
they right down the block,
Yeah.
Anton. It's crazy.
No, leave them alone.
Hey, I even think they have a purpose. Like they pull gang members out of gang. Like they do
Oh,
a lot
Jesus.
of positive work.
Shout out to the
No,
Hebrew Israelites.
I just see like that's the positive thing that I can
I
see
think
them
you a
doing because a
Hebrew
lot of those dudes.
Israelite, bro.
No, I'm not. I agree with black men looking strong and being strong. Not just looking strong, but also working together and actually doing positive things. So
Well,
if
listen,
they doing positive, huh?
I said, well, yeah, I don't know. Listen,
No, like the
I
next
love y'all.
it's
I
only
appreciate
oh
y'all.
yeah.
I thank y'all for coming up on the panel and rocking out with me. But I have to go and do my regular. I got to go through these super chats, and then I have to do go get my regular checkup at the doctor. So I'm definitely appreciating y'all. Thank y'all for coming up on the panel, family.
All right.
One thing?
Thank you,
Yeah,
man.
go
Yeah.
ahead.
No, it's cool. Yeah, my bad. All right, all right. I hope you have a safe day and bless wherever you're going. I do have a channel I'm working on and everything. It's
Go
not
ahead.
like
You
the
can say.
whole. I guess let me see. All right, it's just music and my art. I'm trying to make new like what you call it, more new TV, I guess, content for people, not like just more new like cartoons and stuff and music. I'm everything's from scratch. I haven't posted in a week, but like I'm posting something tonight. But long story short, I'll send you the link if you won't mind. I highly appreciate it because I've been listening to you for a good while now, at least for like a good 2 months.
Thank you, my friend. All right, send it to me. I'll check it out.
Do I just go on the all right, do I just leave a
Email
link in the comments or?
email me at antondaniels413@gmail.com. You can drop it in the comments too, just in case anybody else want to check it out.
I appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, my friend. All righty, let me read through these super chats because I will never ever go through and do a show and get these super chats without acknowledging what it is that the people are saying. So let's go through them. Service USA says this is for one beer logic. Shout out to the fireball from the Service USA. Carrie E. Spencer says check your email or Patreon. I sent it. Thank you, Carrie. I am definitely going to check it out. Thank you for the 2-ball also. Persevere Data TV says Godson across the belly. I prove you lost already. Brace yourself. See, y'all don't be knowing. I be knowing what all of this hip hop is. Shout out to Persevere Data TV. Jack Frost, thank you for the 50 ball. Says for the love and great content. Jack Frost, I appreciate you so much. Thank you for rocking out with me, big dog. Cliff Williams says, sit down, boy. Charleston is dope AF. Dope as. I agree with you, Cliff. King Strong with the fireball says a lot of people in this space are just trying to tear down anyone connected to pushing Kevin Samuels' talking points / legacy. They hate that man that much. Agreed. And I don't see what the problem is. Marriage, Politics, and Sports says the just Pearly Things backlash is simply another overreaction by black folks. She has been the same forever. She is white. Why are people surprised she has different thoughts? I like to being around people that got different perspectives. Also says, sorry for the misspelling, meant folks and surprise. We got it. Food for Jay says, guys, got mad love for you, but this red pill thing has always been diverse. Pearl has diverse panels, has hung out with Sneeko and Destiny, and has, I think, like 2 episodes with Destiny. I agree. She has pretty diverse panels, so I don't really understand what the problem is. Food for Jay also says, excuse me, had. Thank you. Real Doable says, or Real Adiable, I don't know. Sounds like y'all mad this white woman is just playing the game better than others. Stop getting mad and just do better. I believe in just competing. I do. Candid Conversations with Cam says, why does her color matter when the issues she speaks on aren't only synonymous with black people only? It's because she's successful. I think so. She wouldn't even have got all of this pushback if she was just another white girl. Julius Jermaine says the black YouTube Avengers have found a new enemy to jump on, fresh and fit. Now, Pearly, who's next? Marriage, Politics, and Sports says hijacked or kept the manosphere from being a unithought echo chamber. I don't like being in echo chambers. Greatness to Work says pick a side and choose what the intentions are. Is building a black community, entertainment, or clout for money? Marriage, Politics, and Sports with the 20 ball says more typical black victimization. When will we elevate to understand that black issues are not separate from relationship issues in general? Just Pearly Things actually gave black folks the ability to converse on a broader basis. She does extend her platform to a lot of different content creators, and so I don't see why people was turning on her. Danny Ramsamy says Kendra G copied Kevin Samuels' whole concept and no one bats an eye. Shelton Ward says Pearl speaks about modern women, not about black issues. That's why it triggers the B. Taylors and the Kaylas, because they go straight to the race card. Real says Pearl's intention is to provide entertainment and make money. She actually made that clear. Sam Aiden says, I can't stand this victim Olympics BS. What difference does it make if the information is the same? Her race is an excuse for you not to be accountable. Stop beatboxing about race and start talking about the info. Candid Conversations with Cam says, no one alive today, it was a slave. Why do y'all continue this victim mentality of intelligence or lack of intelligence has nothing to do with what black people choose to watch? Agreed. Faith, Cultural Freedom, and says, how can I call in? This is bigger than race. I got to go to the doctor, but I appreciate the fireball and thank you for the feedback. Big Dog Service USA says they have the same problems in China. Stop. Yes. Matthew Funches with the fireball. I appreciate you. Jay Johnson said, blessings to the chat. Blessings to you, Anton. I just joined the Patreon. Give a shout out to the people that joined the Patreon. Link is in the description as well as pinned to the top of the chat. And I'm excited to begin learning. May I please know when more seats at the table memberships will be available? I'm not sure when they're going to be available yet. I got to figure that out. Maybe I'll open up a couple spots coming soon. My girl, the Real Precious, says we have a parenting problem, not a Pearly problem. I'm with that. Shout out to my baby girl, Real Precious. Service USA says solutions. King of New York says just Pearl ain't talking about black problems. She is talking about relationships and women's nature. Mr. Let Go, my dog, I pulled you up. Hit me up. I'm going to DM you in a minute, Mr. Let Go. I'm going to kick it with you in a second. Thank you for the rocking out with me, bro. Tap In Production says, Anton, you don't hold Mr. Let Go accountable for constantly interrupting people on Thursdays. What? Like, I had the same smoke for Mr. Let Go as everybody else. Shout out to my dog, Lil Black Book 91 says, it's always good to chop it up with you, bro. Look forward to you and Logic's battle in the future. Hashtag hold everyone accountable. That's my guy. Make sure y'all go and subscribe to Lil Black Book 91. He dope. Patriarchy says, I told you to get Nick Fuentes on No Press is Bad Press. Patriarchy. Okay. Brock says, with the pass a love offering. Thank you, Patriarchy. Patriarchy also says, also, people, none of these pro-blacks are attacking Nick. They are attacking Pearl, which is the easy target because Nick would destroy any pro-black. None want to debate him. I got to do some research on Nick Fuentes. I got to see what all of the big dog talk about. I got to see it. I need to know what's happening. Shout out to Mr. Palmer in the building. I appreciate you. Thank you to everybody that continue to rock out with me, for all of my great moderators that's in the chat. Everybody that tuned in for the show. I do a little bit longer of a show on Fridays because I have a little bit more time and I don't have to take as many meetings at corporate America. But I do have to go to the doctor to go and get a checkup. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. Thank y'all for all of the opinions. We will be continuing the conversation on Fight Club. As a matter of fact, I think specifically that the conversation on Fight Club will be just this. All right? And then y'all can get all of y'all energy out and get y'all thoughts out. But believe me, you're going to have to be able to stand up behind your argument because people will call you out on it. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. Thank y'all for holding me down. Shout out to Sco. Sco says, what does Nick Fuentes, the white supremacist, have to do with the manosphere? I'm going to do some research on Nick Fuentes, and we're going to figure it out. Again, thank y'all for continuing to rock with me. It was a great show. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all, but I need y'all to do me one more favor before we get up out of here. Make sure you share this with your family and friends. We don't want to be successful by ourselves. I love you. I appreciate you. Make sure y'all tap into the Patreon. Link is in the description as well as pinned to the top of the chat. And then tap into Fight Club tonight. We getting it popping. I'm going to holler at y'all later. Peace.